Hey, Councilman Hoffman, just want to double check the sound is okay.
I have sound now, but it was off earlier.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Good evening and welcome to the May 3rd, 2022 meeting of the Greensboro City Council. I will take a roll call vote to confirm those who are in attendance. Mrs. Hightower? Here. Dr. Wells?
Here.
Mr. Outling?
Here.
Mrs. Thurm?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Present.
Mrs. Vuzuator?
Present.
And I am here. Mrs. Hoffman?
Here.
All right, so we all are in attendance. Obviously, Mrs. Hoffman will be attending virtually. Let's begin.
Present.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry about that. Let the record reflect that Mr. Holston is present. We will begin tonight's meeting with a moment of silence. Thank you. Mr. Holston, for a little extra credit, would you like to say the pledge?
Yes, let's do it.
Jesus to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Welcome to the Katie Dorset Council Chamber. Residents wishing to speak that did not register by the JOT form on the city's website yesterday may sign up to speak by 6 p.m. today using the Q-Monder kiosk just outside the chamber door. Please see the courier for assistance. To comply with requirements by the state in regards to Zoom meetings and to provide an optimum experience for the public, council will verbalize motions and votes will be conducted by roll call and electronically. Each member of council must vote unless there is a direct conflict. We do allow for and welcome speakers to address council on agenda items. Council respects the right for the public to speak about matters of concern that can be addressed by council. Each speaker will be allotted 3 minutes. Comments that seem to be intended to incite unlawful behavior will be deemed out of order. Zoom participants are requested to mute their microphones until they are called upon to speak. The City of Greensboro is committed to promoting an environment that is free of discrimination, bias, and bullying. Thus, harassment, words, jokes, actions, or comments based on an individual's sex, sexual orientation, race, ethnic background, age, religion, physical condition, or other legally protected characteristic will not be tolerated. If you would like to submit a written comment, please do it online at the city's website, www.greensboro-nc.gov. And I do want to say that we also have speakers from the floor today on non-agenda items that also have up to 3 minutes to speak. We have a consent agenda for items G1 through G11, which are a grouping of agenda items that are voted on with one single vote to expedite what are believed to be routine and non-controversial items. Any council member may withdraw an item from the consent agenda due to a conflict of interest or the purpose of voting no. Items removed from the consent agenda for discussion will be placed on the May 24th City Council business agenda. Tonight's meeting does include closed captioning. Depending on the length of tonight's meeting, we may take a short recess around 7:30. This is the time for our ceremonial and presentation items. And item E1 is a resolution recognizing the month of May as Children's Mental Health Awareness Month. Ms. Abuzawader?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Whereas good mental health is a key component in a child's healthy development, and Children's Mental Health Month provides the opportunity to focus on this important matter while celebrating the accomplishments and resiliency of children and families who are affected by mental illness and mental health concerns. Whereas according to the United States Department of Health and Human Services, 1 in 5 children is diagnosed with a mental health condition. Whereas the Kellen Foundation, as a nationally recognized child mental health center, along with the Guilford County System of Care Collaborative, the Guilford Child Advocacy Network, and dozens of mental health agency partners, work to promote and educate about children's mental health needs as fundamental to the future of Greensboro and Guilford County. Whereas research has shown early identification and appropriate treatment of mental health disorders among children and adolescents provides them better opportunities to lead full and productive lives. Whereas children and youth with mental health challenges and their families benefit from access to timely services and supports that are family-driven, youth-guided, and culturally appropriate. They also benefit from the integration of behavioral health in primary care, education, and child welfare. Whereas it is important that children and adolescents, along with their families and communities, learn about warning signs of mental health disorders and where to obtain necessary assistance and treatment. Whereas it is the community's responsibility to ensure that comprehensive, diverse, and culturally coordinated mental health services are recognized for all children. And now, therefore, be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Greensboro that the Greensboro City Council recognizes the month of May as Children's Mental Health Awareness Month to commit our community to increase awareness and understanding of mental illness, improve the array of mental health services for consumers of all ages, and assure those who are struggling to know they are not alone. Adopted this the 3rd day of May, 2022.
I assume you're moving.
I would like to move that resolution, Madam Mayor.
Moved by Ms. Abuzawader and seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. Council, please vote. Mrs. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Holston?
Yes.
Dr. Wells?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
I am a yes. Mrs. Abuzawader?
Yes.
Mr. Outten?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
Mrs. Hightower?
Yes.
And that passes 9-0. I do believe that Dr. Kelly Graves is on Zoom.
Yes, I am here. My video won't turn on for some reason, but I am here. Thank you very much for your support. 1 in 5. That's how many kids are impacted by these issues across our country, which means it's 1 in 5 in Greensboro. Mental health, and specifically youth mental health, is at a crisis point. Suicide is the 2nd leading cause of death in our community. And this has only increased since the pandemic. Right now on wait lists across Greensboro, there are kids living in violence, teens who want to end their life. In some cases, there are 6-month waiting lists for these types of services in our community for the children in our community. So thank you for passing this resolution. Without a focus on addressing these issues, we'll continue to see things like housing issues and crime increasing, educational struggles, et cetera, because mental health and substance abuse concerns are at the core of a lot of these issues, costing the city millions of dollars. So thank you so much for your focus on this. I encourage our entire city to continue really focusing on the mental health and well-being of our community, particularly since the pandemic, so that we can head off some of the issues that often arise from these unaddressed problems. So on behalf of the kids and families in our community, thank you for your support.
Thank you, and thank you for your hard work.
Madam Mayor, I
Yes.
just want to say the Kellen Foundation and all of the other organizations do an amazing job, getting the word out that there is availability and that people can feel secure and safe going into the different organizations and seeking the help that they need.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number E2 is a resolution recognizing the month of May as Child Care Providers Month. Mrs. Hightower?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. See, May is a really busy month for our children. Whereas in 1996, a group of daycare workers and volunteers in New Jersey took the initiative to start a recognition of the Friday preceding Mother's Day as Child Care Providers Day, highlighting the tireless efforts of providers who care for children, an initiative that has grown to a nationwide month-long celebration for child care providers. Whereas over half the children under the age of 6 nationwide are estimated to spend some time in a non-parental care arrangement on a weekly basis. Whereas child care providers offer enrichment opportunities, nurture development for children of all backgrounds, and is a vital building block of our state's economy. Whereas child care workers have been in demand since the 1990s, when the need for daycare services increased due to the rise in job prospects and employment opportunities. Whereas working parents rely on and entrust the care of their children to child care professionals. Whereas research shows the importance of brain development from birth to age 5, showing a child's brain develops more during these early years than any other time in life. Whereas early childhood development has a lasting impact on a child's ability to learn and succeed. Therefore, our future depends on the quality of the early childhood experiences provided to young children. Whereas the pandemic has created tremendous hardship for child care providers and Greensboro families who depend on them, continuing to meet the familial need while risking their health. Whereas the city of Greensboro recognizes the hardships child care providers endure to help sustain the viability of child care and supports the ongoing dedicated services of child care providers. And now therefore be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Greensboro that the City Council of the City of Greensboro hereby recognizes the month of May as Child Care Provider Month and expresses appreciation for the efforts of child care service providers who take care of our children. Move the item.
So moved by Mrs. Hightower, seconded by Ms. Busewader. Council, please vote. Mrs. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Holston,
Yes.
Dr. Wells,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
I am a yes. Mrs. Abusawader.
Yes.
Mr. Outling.
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm.
Yes.
Mrs. Hightower.
Yes.
That does pass 9-0. We do not have anybody here to accept it today, but our
We will.
Madam Clerk will make sure that they get it.
Right. And childcare is so important. I can remember when my daughter, who is now 36, was in childcare. And it actually went to $70 a week back then.
Wow.
Now you know what it is today.
Yeah.
It is no way near $70 a week. And I took her out of daycare and put her in preschool. So now I can only imagine what parents are enduring and going through. So You know, hope we certainly support and applaud our child care providers and the work they do.
We do. Item number E3 is a resolution recognizing May 2022 as National Foster Care Month. Mrs. Hightower?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I know there are some people here in the audience to receive the resolution as well as on Zoom. And so
Yes.
after I read it, I will ask Carrie from the family room and her entourage to come up and here and receive the resolution, have a few words. There's some event about to occur that we want people to know about. Resolution recognizing May 2022 as National Foster Care Month. Whereas, starting in 1988, the month of May is designated as National Foster Care Month, a time to honor foster parents, families, and those who support children throughout their journey to find a permanent home. Whereas, for caseworkers, guardians, counselors, advocates, and foster parents, a child's welfare is a priority alongside promoting compassionate and stable home for children. Whereas, children deserve to be surrounded by love, support, and safety in an environment that is emotionally healthy with long-term goals focused on education, well-being, and hope for the future. Whereas National Foster Care Month was established to bring foster care issues to the forefront of the national focus, highlight the importance of permanency for every child, and recognize the essential role of foster care throughout the United States. Whereas, as of November 2021, there were 445 youth in the Gifford County foster care system. 33.7% were Caucasian, 58.4% were African American, with 43.6% in foster homes, 5.6% with relatives, and 11% in group homes. Whereas, as of December 2021, there were over 828 youth in North Carolina whose biological parents had their rights terminated by the state, and these children were not currently in an adoptive home. Whereas, foster parents are the frontline caregivers for children who cannot safely remain with their biological parents, provide physical care, emotional support, and education advocacy, and are the largest single source of families providing permanent homes for children leaving foster care to adoption. Whereas National Foster Care Month also brings awareness to delays in permanency, obstacles to treatment, economic hardships, educational disruptions, and an inability to secure affordable housing, obtain health insurance, or acquire adequate employment.
Need to cut it off.
Getting all kinds of music. Whereas there remains much to be done to ensure that all children have a safe, loving, nurturing, and permanent family regardless of age or special needs. Encourage policy implementations to improve the lives of children in the foster care system. Highlight investments in prevention and reunification services, and facilitate the successful transition into adulthood for children that age out of the foster care system. Whereas between July 2020 and June 2021, 110 youth aged out of foster care in Gifford County. Whereas the city of Greensboro recognizes foster youth for their ongoing tenacity, courage, and resilience while facing life challenges, and acknowledges the exceptional alumni of the foster care system who serve as advocates and role models for youth who remain in foster care. And now therefore, be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Greensboro that the City Council wishes to recognize the month of May 2022 as National Foster Care Month in the City of Greensboro. that the city council wishes to acknowledge the accomplishments of the child welfare workforce, foster parents, the advocacy community, and mentors for their dedication and accomplishments and the positive impacts they have on the lives of children. Adopted this the third day of May 2020.
Move the item.
Moved by Mrs. Johnson, seconded by Dr. Wells. Council, please vote. Mrs. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Holston,
Yes.
Dr. Wells.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
I am a yes. Mrs. Abuzawader.
Yes.
Mr. Outling.
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm
Yes.
and Mrs. Hightower.
Yes.
And that passes 9-0. I do believe we have two people here with us this evening, Carrie Thompson and Chris Swinton. If there is somebody else for this item, please feel free to join them. And I believe we've got two people on Zoom, Kevin Schaffner and Shannon Enoch.
Yes.
Thank you all for having us here tonight. My name is Carrie Thompson. I'm the Executive Director of Family Room. We're a resource center for children in foster care in Greensboro, North Carolina. This is one of our board members, Chris Swinton. He's also a foster parent, so one of our heroes. I told Chris, it takes everything in me not to cry when I talk about this, but I'm so incredibly thankful to each and every one of you for approving this, especially for Councilwoman Hightower for bringing this. Awareness is a very important thing when it comes to foster care. There's so much involved in foster care, from the hardships that families endure when they go through the removal of their children, to what the children are facing and what they go through, the social workers and the judges and the attorneys and the guardian ad litems, and ultimately the children. And at Family Room, we believe that not everyone can foster, but everyone can help. And that is why we started Family Room 4 years ago. That's why we're expanding our facility this week. All of you have been invited to come and tour our facility Thursday afternoon. We want to make sure that every time a family that has agreed to foster gets the call that there are children that need a home, they never say no because they don't have what the children need, that they don't have the financial means to care for the children and get them everything that they need. A very quick example, in the last 24 hours, we've served 6 children that have come into care. All of them came with nothing. They came with what they were wearing, and that was it. And one of them got a call yesterday, newborn twins. They had 2 hours to get cribs and car seats and clothes, furniture, all of it. They had nothing, and they called us. They came by on their way to the hospital to pick up the twins and get everything that they need. They don't have warning. They don't know. And because it's the beginning of the month, it'll be 30 days before they get a dime from the county. And the stipend is very much appreciated, but we want to be here to fill in that gap and to support the families and help reduce the financial struggles that they may have so that they can take better care of the children that are in their homes. So we greatly appreciate you guys bringing this to the city. We appreciate so much what you guys do for our community, and we just thank you for the resolution. Thank you, Councilwoman Hightower.
Oh, you're so welcome. I think we have somebody on Zoom.
We-
Children's Home Society.
I think we have two on the, on Zoom, Kevin Schaffner and Shannon Enoch. Would either of you like to say something?
I would just echo Carrie's sentiments and thank you for the awareness that you all brought to the need for the children and birth parents and foster parents in our community. And we look forward to continuing to partner with the city of Guilford County to hopefully reduce the barriers that these populations have in accessing services that they need. Thank you.
Thank you.
So thank you both. Did the other one have anything? Did he want to say something? Did the other gentleman that came?
Yes, Kevin Schaffner. Mr. Schaffner, are you on the line? We had a number of people signed up on Zoom, and they are all from the Children's Home Society. Mr. Schaffner?
Yes, I do want to thank everybody for bringing this to the floor and voting on it. It does mean a great deal for the community. Just in the Triad in general, there's over 1,200 children and youth looking for, who's in care every day. So it means a great deal. And we want to thank you sincerely.
Thank you.
So, thank you, Madam Mayor. If I just could say to Carrie, I met Carrie, and I hope you all do attend her ribbon cutting. She's having a ribbon cutting for the expansion of her family room, and I've been there, and it's very awesome. But I met her through another foster parent. And, while my story is a little bit different, for those who don't know my story, I was adopted at 3 months. So I could have been a foster child. So you never know. And that my life turned out great. But for those that start out like that, life sometimes doesn't turn out great. And so what they get in the family room is opportunities for them to have a family take care of them, but they get the supplies and food and just clothing and everything that they need. They don't have to spend the money. So I applaud Carrie and her board and organization for helping out such a necessary children, necessary cause. So thank you.
Thank you. Item number 4 is a resolution recognizing May 15th to the 21st, 2022 as Law Enforcement Week. Mrs. Abuzawader?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Whereas in 1962, President John F. Kennedy proclaimed May 15th as National Peace Officers Memorial Day, and the week in which it fell as National Law Enforcement Week, to pay special attention to those law enforcement officers who have lost their lives in the line of duty for the safety and protection of others. Whereas there are approximately 850,000 law enforcement officers serving in communities across the United States, including the 618 dedicated members of the Greensboro Police Department. Whereas since the first recorded death in 1791, more than 20,600 law enforcement officers in the United States have made the ultimate sacrifice and been killed in the line of duty. Whereas since 1921, a total of 11 City of Greensboro police officers have been killed in the line of duty. Whereas the City of Greensboro and the Greensboro Police Department recognize May 15th through May 21st as Peace Officers Memorial Week in conjunction with National Law Enforcement Week celebrations recognized May 11th through May 17th. Whereas the service and sacrifice of officers killed in the line of duty will be remembered on May 17th at the annual Guilford County Memorial Services and later at the annual Police and Citizens Award Banquet. Whereas citizens of Greensboro recognize the men and women who serve and protect them. And remember, there are law enforcement officers working in the city every hour of every day to ensure the safety of our community. And now, therefore, be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Greensboro that the City Council wishes to express its condolences and offer its sincere appreciation and gratitude for the nobility and sacrifices of the fallen law enforcement officers of the City of Greensboro. That a copy of this resolution shall be delivered to the Greensboro Police Department as a symbol of gratitude for the law enforcement contributions to this community. Adopted this the 3rd day of May 2022, and I would like to move that item, Madam Mayor.
Moved by Ms. Abuzawader, seconded by Dr. Wells. Mrs. Hoffman, council, please vote. Mrs. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Holston?
Yes.
Dr. Wells?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
I am a yes. Mrs. Abuzawader?
Yes.
Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
And Mrs. Hightower? And that passes 9-0. And I believe that our police chief is here to receive this resolution. Well, while he's coming up to the podium, I do want to say that I'm looking forward to the awards banquet. I believe for the last 2 years that it has been canceled due to COVID. So I am pleased that you will be able to be there at your awards banquet. And it's something that I know that we're all looking forward to. Thank you for your service and for all of the good work that you have done while you have been police chief and prior to that.
Thank you, City Council. We certainly appreciate it. And on behalf of, thank you. And on behalf of the women and men that serve, they certainly thank you, and the families, with the most recent from us being Jared Franks that passed away in 2018. They really are appreciative of this resolution. And also keep in mind, our sheriff's office has lost 2 people to COVID during the pandemic. So we certainly are appreciative of the council for doing this resolution. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Our last item is a presentation of the North Carolina Public Transportation Association Awards. I'm not sure.
Good evening, Mayor Vaughn, the City Council, the Transit Liaison Hightower, the City Manager, staff, friends, family. My name is Kevin Elwood. I am the Marketing and Communications Outreach Supervisor for Greensboro Transit Agency. And thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. Greensboro Transit Agency had served the Gate City community for over 30 years. Ever since the public transportation responsibilities were assumed from Duke Power Transit, our organization has been committed to providing an exceptional level of service to our community by, among other things, embracing emerging transit technologies, developing customer-oriented staff, and utilizing committed volunteers. As the largest transit system in the Triad, we take our responsibilities to heart to offer the best of the best to our riders. However, it never hurts to hear the praises of others in support of our collective and individual efforts. The North Carolina Public Transportation Association, or NCPTA, is a statewide organization representing almost 100 public transportation providers in North Carolina. This diverse group of system members comprises large market urban transit systems operating light rail and large buses to the smaller market rural transit systems operating with just a few vans. NCPTA provides transit professionals opportunities to participate in seminars and discussions, conduct driver competitions, view the latest in transit technologies, and network resources to grow the public transportation industry in North Carolina. The annual NCPTA Conference and Expo was held April 10th through 13th in Concord, North Carolina. GTA representatives gathered with our peers for the annual award ceremony, where we were able to hear who the organization designated as the best of the best. They recognized 2 individuals who we are excited to present to the City Council this evening. First up, Greensboro Transit Advisory Commission member, Lisa Mcmillan. Lisa, can you come forward? Lisa received the designation of North Carolina Transit Advocate of the Year. Lisa Mcmillan joined the GTAC June 2019 and immediately made an impact with her passion for serving transit riders. This has been driving her efforts inside and outside of the boardroom. She has participated in several committees and projects and currently serves as the GTAC Marketing Committee Chair. She offers a familiar face at the J. Douglas Gallion Depot Transportation Center, where she communicates directly with riders and operators to ensure GTA is providing the resources that they need. She was an ardent supporter of GTA's recent partnership with Guilford County Schools to provide free transportation to high school students, and even spent the first week greeting students during their transfers at the depot. It's not unheard of for her to show up at the driver's break room with donuts for our frontline heroes. Lisa Mcmillan is an advocate in the true sense of the word that delivers for our community. So on behalf of Greensboro Transit Agency and the North Carolina Public Transportation Association, I would like to present Lisa Mcmillan with the Transit Advocate Award.
Thank you all so much. First, I'd like to thank City Council for allowing citizens the opportunity to serve on boards and commissions, especially Council's GTA liaison, Sharon Hightower, who is committed to transit. We get the chance to use our gifts and talents to work for the good of our community. A special thank you to a true servant leader, a former neighborhood development director, Stanley Wilson, who was the first person to invite me to participate in local government. And I thank God for this honor to serve. I thank God also for the purpose and plan that He placed in my life. Many thanks to my family and friends for supporting and encouraging me when things get hard. It's challenging to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning. I also like to thank my church families, New Zion Missionary Baptist Church and Rescue Temple No. 1 for their daily prayers. Thank you so much, Kevin Elwood, for helping me navigate how to best serve the citizens of Greensboro. Many thanks to the GDOT Director, Hannah Cockburn, for being available to me to ask probing questions about the intricacies of the transit system, which helps me to serve. Thank you to all of the riders and those that support public transit. Without you, there is no system. Your experiences and voice matter. Thank you, GTA staff, Bruce, Sharia, and George. Thank you, bus operators, for showing up for Greensboro. Some of you I've worked with when I drove for GTA, some I've recently met. Congratulations, Michelle, for being, well, it's coming up in a second, but congratulations. Also, Kirby, Tammy, Catrice, Beverly, Barry, Amadou, Tracy, Miss Kelly, the supervisor, Lamont, an operator named Lamont, Russian, Fred, and Mindy, who I know personally, and you matter and are doing a fabulous job. Last but not least, thanks to my fellow commission members for working alongside me to serve citizens and visitors of Greensboro. We have an awesome chair, J.D. Gallion III, who listens with an open mind, particularly when I'm expressing my African-American community's perspective and perceptions of our system. I have a special appreciation for public transit. That appreciation started way back when I was a little girl, riding a Trailways bus to Raleigh every summer and the city bus with my grandmother. It continued when I got my CDL and started driving the school bus for Guilford County Schools at 19 years old. My appreciation also extends to the career opportunities that are available through transit. My best friend started driving for GTA in 1992, and she is currently a vice president of light rail, still in transit after over 30 years. I believe in public transit, its options and its opportunities, which makes it easy for me to serve people through advocacy. Thank you all again for the opportunity to serve. John F. Kennedy said, ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country. So do what you can do for your community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kevin, before you start, I just want to recognize Lisa. She was out at Windsor Recreation Center this weekend when there was the job fair for the Police Chief's Youth Job Initiative. And I have to say that her enthusiasm was contagious. And she wasn't just talking about jobs for the summer. She was talking about a career path. And that was great to hear somebody advocate like that. And I know that a number of the people who you interacted with have a new appreciation for transit and how that could possibly be a career. So thank you for all of the things that you do and for the extra time that you spend at this job fair and for really speaking to all of the young people that went through and explaining the possibilities. So thank you for that.
And so I want to also thank Lisa because she's right. She speaks up and she speaks out, in particular for our community. I'm the liaison, as you all know, but sometimes Lisa does a better job being the liaison, I think, than I do, because she's out there on the forefront when we need her. And I do appreciate her services and her dedication, because transit is critically important to communities where, you know, they don't have the transportation, don't have the ability to drive to work or drive to a doctor's appointment. So we must make sure that transit gets all of our attention and becomes a priority. And Lisa is fighting for that, and I'm right there by her side. So I certainly thank you, Lisa, for all your advocacy and your hard work as you continue to push GTA, as we say, but moving forward. So thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you again, Lisa Mcmillan, for what you have done for GTA and for our riders. We often brag about the performance of our operators, how they perform during rain, shine, or pandemic, and our words have not been disproven. GTA fixed route operator Albert Mishaw received the esteemed designation of North Carolina Transit Driver of the Year. Albert, can you come forward, please? Albert Mishaw has served the citizens of Greensboro faithfully since February 2008, not only as a safe and reliable bus operator, but a true go-to person for anything needed by his management as well as his peers. Mishaw also serves as one of our organization's best trainers, ensuring that new GTA operators go through a rigorous training to help keep all of our passengers safe. He has been the recipient of several Operator of the Quarter designations over the years, and we can think of no other person who is more deserving of the honor of North Carolina Transit Driver of the Year. Again, that is Albert Mishaw. He's a very humble person, so he of course appreciates that award. And on GTA, we just really want to thank the council. We want to thank the city manager's office, and most importantly, we want to thank the riders for the last 2.5 years. Of course, when this pandemic started, everyone was in learning mode. We didn't know what was going on. We didn't know how to go about daily business, and transit was no different. But our riders really rose to the occasion. They were able to work with us. They were able to wear masks and do social distancing and all the things that we would ask them to do as required by the federal government. They did it without complaining. And we just really want to thank our riders for supporting us during this time. And we will continue to move forward in obtaining all the resources that we need in order to make GTA the best transit system here in the state. And we're going to do that by continuing to ride connected. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And Kevin, before you leave, I do want to say that there should have been an award for you this past year.
Absolutely.
Because the way that you mobilized to help GCS, literally over a couple of days, and I know that you had help from your staff as well, but the way that you were able to get up that website and to really make it easy to understand really is a feat that I don't know that went fully appreciated. So I think we need to come up with an award for Kevin for making that a possibility. So I just wanted to appreciate you for, I know that there were plenty of parents who felt much better after reading what you had put up there and the town hall that you had that enabled parents to see it firsthand before some of their children went on the school bus on Monday. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Well, Madam Mayor, you took it out of my mouth. I was
Oh
gonna
my gosh.
Yeah, I want to echo that too, because I get to work with Kevin, and Kevin's kind of quiet and unassuming. He talks about the other driver being quiet, but he's quiet and unassuming too. He just gets it done. You know, you say it one time and he's figuring it out and he gets it done. So all the time I've been liaison, he's done a phenomenal job. Sometimes you got those people that are behind the scenes that get the work done and do it, and Kevin's one of those people. So, you know, we at GTA, we only have about 7 staff people over there. And each and every one of them are valuable. And Kevin is one of those that really is over marketing and everything. So he really has a big job, but he gets it all done. Kevin, I appreciate all that you've done.
You make me
As the mayor
blush.
said and everything.
But thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And I do want to congratulate Mr. Michaud. To be bus operator of the year is pretty significant. There are hundreds of operators throughout North Carolina. So thank you for a job well done. Yes.
Just before we move on to the public comment period, there's one celebration that we have not recognized this week, and I apologize, I just found out about it, but apparently it's Clerks Week, and I'd just like to take a minute to thank our clerks that are here that keep us going and keep us in line, and thank you very much.
Thank you for mentioning that. I know that we drive them all crazy. So thank you for being available and available often. So now we will move on to our public comment period. We do have a number of speakers signed up. We do have one on Zoom, so let's go ahead and take Christine Hopner first. Christine, are you on the line?
Yes. Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Can you put your camera on?
Oh, I thought I did. Hang on a second.
We got you. Thank you.
Okay. All right. My name is Christine Hoffner. I moved to Greensboro right when Brian James became police chief. Now I'm concerned about how the search for a new chief will proceed, given what we've learned about police culture in Greensboro. You all, as council members, were permitted to watch the videos of the 50 incidents of hog tying by GPD that were entered into the court record in the Marcus Smith case. And if you're serious about governing with accountability, you must have watched at least some of those videos. Now, what you saw surely must be communicated to candidates for the position of police chief in terms of asking them how to root out that problem. I mean, anyone contemplating that job would need to be aware of those incidents and what they reveal about GPD's racist culture in order to make an informed decision about taking the position. The public also needs to know what you saw for 2 reasons. The first is basic government transparency. Unfortunately, citizens of Greensboro are unable to correct the problem we've learned of through the court documents, except through voicing our concerns to City Council. That is, it is up to you all to take action to change GPD's racist culture. You can say the city manager is who hires the police chief, but the problem is fundamentally at the policy level, and that's where your responsibility comes in. For instance, you can enact policy to have the city attorney speak in court to support release of body-worn camera video, as opposed to the position she recently took against video release in the Joseph Lopez case. The second reason the public needs to know what you saw on those videos stems from what Mayor Vaughn said when she cautioned speakers from the floor, I was one, against quoting from the video summaries. She implied that those court documents describing the hog tying incidents were inaccurate. But if you all have evidence that the summaries mischaracterize what is shown on the videos, surely you would have come forward with that by now. So your silence endorses the summaries and that the brutal racism they describe is true. Now is the time to own up to that problem and take steps to fix it. It's not enough to inform the candidates for police chief about this problem, as is necessary to address it. Governing with transparency and accountability dictates the public also has to be informed about what you saw on those videos. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe that that is the only speaker we have via Zoom. The rest of them are in person. We'll start with Hester Petty, Del Stone, followed by Louis Medina.
Good evening. My name is Hester Petty. I live at 3402 Canterbury Street here in Greensboro. That is District 3. We all know that incumbents have an advantage in an election, and I think it is unfair that this advantage be bestowed on people who were not elected to fill empty council seats, but were chosen to fill an empty seat. And I'm not picking on you, Mr. Housen, rather I'm here to address Justin Outling, my representative on city council. You were handpicked to represent District 3, and that leg up helped you keep that seat. Early concerns about your need to seek recusals because you're a lawyer with the Brooks Pierce law firm proved to be accurate. And you sought and received recusals 80 times since you took the oath of office. In effect, you have been unable to represent District 3 80 times. But that's not your only disservice to the public. You were quoted in Yes Weekly last September saying, "In terms of ethical standards, I am meticulous." But that's not true, is it? Because without any public acknowledgement of a possible conflict of interest, you voted in favor of the $30 million February 1 parking deck on 4 occasions. The parking deck will attach to and serve as a foundation for a hotel project that directly benefits George House, a partner in Elm Street Hotel LLC, the very same George House who was your boss and later partner at Brooks Pierce. As a lawyer, you've had hours and hours of ethics training over many years, and yet you voted on a project that directly benefited George House 4 times in 2017 without disclosing publicly a possible conflict of interest. 4 votes, April 18, May 16, June 6, October 7th. You later did ask the city attorney, "What should I do?" And he said, "Go ahead and vote," and you did. You asked him again the next meeting, and he said, "Well, maybe you better not." So 4 times, you should have asked to be recused, and you did not do that. How could you have not have known that George House had a financial interest in the parking deck and that you had a possible conflict of interest? Because that has clearly violated the city's disclosure of interest in legislative action rules. Choosing you to fill Zach Matheny's seat was a disservice to District 3. So tonight I'd like to suggest a rule change that people that are not elected but chosen to fill an empty seat be required to sit out the next election cycle after their appointed tenure. That way the public can choose who they really want, not just whose face they recognize. Shame on you, Justin.
Thank you. Del Stone, followed by Louis Medina, followed by Bulent Bedez.
Thank you. Good evening. Del Stone. I'm a Greensboro resident and community organizer with WOA. The city of Greensboro is functionally run by a gang which is not publicly accountable, which is dependent on taxpayer money, and which is highly influential on all of this council's decisions. The gang is called Downtown Greensboro Incorporated, DGI. DGI's stated goal is to, quote, promote and stimulate investment, interest, and economic development in the center city area of Greensboro. That is, to make our downtown a shiny amusement park for wealthy investors and tourists, not to make the city livable and affordable for its residents. If that was a priority, you would see city funding being spent differently. What does it say that the average of $1 million in government funding goes to DGI every single year? What does it say that the CEO of DGI makes over $100,000 a year, over $170,000 according to the last filing report? City pays because it's in city councilors' interest to keep our political donors happy in order to keep themselves comfortable and in power. Another element of this is that DGI is so deeply entangled within its own city council chamber that it's hard to separate the two. Mayor Vaughn and the former city manager are both in the board executive committee of DGI. The president and CEO of DGI, Zach Matheny, is a former member of this council. He actually got the job as CEO in 2015 because another councilman pressed the DGI's board to hire him. He's currently running to get a seat back on the city council. And it's not controversial to say that it is a conflict of interest for the CEO of a city-funded nonprofit to be on the council that runs city government. The city attorney even said so. And yet current council members like Yvonne Johnson are already having these conflicts of interest, and they seem on board with that. They're on board with Matheny's goals. Matheny said in a recent interview that he wants Greensboro to be the next Charlotte. For an average Greensboro resident, that basically means gentrification, forcing poor residents out for the sake of the wealthy. But DGI doesn't care about making the city affordable, accessible, and livable. They want that town to be a corporate playground and to attract tourists, as Greensboro seems to be defining its own brand to be. The influence that DGI has in council decisions about how to spend public money and where to focus public projects is clear. As far as economic decision-making goes, DGI runs this town. City council is a cover for the interests of the wealthy in the city. It's a shell group for the real gang that run Greensboro, a very small group of very wealthy, very elite, and powerful developers. Instead of funneling millions of dollars into these projects that are funded by DGI, City Council could choose to support programs that directly help residents. That's a strategy so basic that one has to think the only reason that council doesn't do this is because serving the majority of people is not council's goal. City council should represent the majority of people in the city, the residents who are those who are supposed to elect them. But we really should recognize that city council is in fact invested in maintaining power and influence by listening to those who do have power and influence.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Louis Medina, followed by Bulent Fidesz, followed by William Marshburn.
Hello, my name is Louis Medina. I'm with Working Class and Organizing Alliance. So Nancy Vaughn and Justin Outling seem to be the most viable candidates and most likely to take the mayor position in the city. And obviously it isn't because they're particularly moral or good at anything. It's because they have all the money, right? Let's look at their track record. Both Nancy Vaughn and Justin Outling took part in the cover up the brutal murder of Marcus Smith, right? And the hog tying of 50 others caught on tape, which none of us have been allowed to see. Unsurprisingly, both plan to increase police funding. Conveniently, neither have said a word about Joseph Lopez, a Latino man who was gunned down in his own home by GPD. In addressing skyrocketing rent, wage stagnation, inflation, city politicians plan to, drumroll, do absolutely nothing. Nada, zilch. Instead, they are perfectly content in continuing putting our tax dollars into the hands of wealthy developers. Their justification sounds like a trickle-down economics. We got to understand that the wealthy are wealthy because they suck resources from everyone else. If they were into sharing with us, then they wouldn't be wealthy, and a lot of us wouldn't be poor and struggling. I'm supposed to tell the difference between people like Nancy and Justin, but to be honest, we'd be better off trying to tell the difference between a leech and a tick. And honestly, who cares what the difference is? Because they're both blood-sucking parasites anyway, right? These are the people who are supposed to represent us. Do they struggle with housing? Do they struggle paying rent? Are they worried about inflation? I don't think so. Is it their kids who are getting brutalized and terrorized by the police? Absolutely not. These are politicians. We're told this is a democracy. We keep getting presented by these bad options. We are always told to choose the lesser of evils. I don't think so. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Generally, if you are given two bad options every time or multiple bad options, that's all you're given, then that's a bad system, right? What's most important about lesser of evils is that it's evil. So, you know, obviously when I give this whole spill, we're usually questioned about our alternative. And we do have one. My comrades and I don't oppose voting. We simply reject it as a solution. This government will never serve our interests. It does not respond to our will because it wasn't made for us. Wherever our lives come into conflict with profit, we see its response. It's profit always. Our solution then is very simple. We need our own institutions that serve our interests, our own systems of governance. And we're not going to get them unless we build them ourselves. My comrades and I try to demonstrate this method. We go into the community, we learn from community, we ask them what they need, and then we seek to provide it. We provide bottled water. Let's say one thing. Our solution is generally everything to all people. Right?
Mr. Fidesz, followed by Mr. Marshburn, followed by Billy Belcher.
Good afternoon. I'm Bülent Bediz. I live at 808 Lexington Avenue. I am here to speak about the city policies regarding the demolition of homes. At the last city council meeting, I believe this motion was presented out of agenda. I believe that was a surprise, asking for $1.3 million for the demolition of over 100 homes in Greensboro. There was no discussion. It was reduced to $550,000, I believe, but to be voted on at the retreat the following week. Following that, it became news in the newspaper that the initial 32 houses would be demolished for that amount, and others would follow. I took an interest in this story and I researched it. I got the city to give me a listing of the houses that are slated for demolition. And this listing actually started with 107 houses in a published listing in November of 2021. And then the present listing shows dated March 24, 22, 91 houses. Now, I looked at these houses, I drove by them. There are a lot of beautiful houses that are going to the dump. It's a shame. Then I did something else. I put these addresses of these houses to be demolished on the city map. And to my surprise, well, really not to my surprise, I was suspecting that the majority of these houses, almost all of them, are in District 1 and District 2. That's a crying shame. Do you know why I say that? That's because for years, the city has followed false planning practices, putting emphasis in development on the north and northwest and ignoring the District 1 and District 2 areas. That's not right.
Thank you. William Marshburn, followed by Billy Belcher, followed by George Hartzman.
Bill Marshburn, 4693 Long Valley Road. Council Lady Johnson formulated a response to my 3-minute speaker from floor last council session. As I had left the podium, I could not respond. My response is that I was not campaigning. Listen to my address. I was issuing a challenge, which still stands. A challenge made necessary by the council and city attorney's failure to call down Matheny's slanderous statement immediately, nor at any time later. The council stands by this statement. The geographical pivot of history, John Mackinder, 1904. Briefly, and with its implication in the past few years, a superpower with all-encompassing resources and technology, Russia and Germany combined, by some means, see World War II, would destroy the British Empire and be world dominant. Enter Donald Trump and the powers that be against him, launching a full-scale anti-Trump, anti-Russian blitz on a sitting president. I supported Trump for 2 basic reasons. One, He, I believed, would have formed an economic partnership with Russia, which is not the Soviet Union. There was talk several years before the Trump election of a rail system from Russia to Alaska, probably a tunnel with Japanese high-speed rail. The expected opening of the Northwest Passage. Russia and the United States. McAnder realized. 2, physicist John Trump, the former president's uncle, was charged to confiscate and analyze Nikola Tesla's papers, plans, and projects at Tesla's death in New York in 1943. So-called free energy held by our government would be used to rebuild our country from the offshoring to China. This makes perfect sense for both Russia and our country. The exploration and mining of the solar system by the two space powers. Putin will protect his country. I don't feel protected by our present government, quite the contrary. Not since the Cuban Missile Crisis in October 1962 have I felt this way. See my council address 2013 on JFK. At your council retreat a short while ago, I asked one of the presenters of the city's future plans, what would the plan's response be to the collapse of the dollar? That's why the plan is very flexible, was the response. There was no time to elaborate.
Thank you. Billy Belcher, followed by George Hartzman, and I believe those are our final speakers.
Hello, I'm Billy Belcher with WOA, the Working Class and Houseless Organizing Alliance. I was here last month to ask you all about the police murder of Joseph Lopez. It's been another month and we still haven't gotten any information from the city, so I'm asking you again. Do we know why Joseph Lopez was killed? Do we know why the police report called Joseph Lopez's death a murder? Do we not know? Have we tried to find out? Was that you nodding your head? Yes, we tried to find out, or no? Did I misread that? You tried to find out? Okay, good. Yes. And what did we try? Did he answer? Yeah, it is. It is.
Being investigated.
I know that. And you. So at the disclosure hearing on last April 7th, the assistant city attorney advised against releasing body cam footage from the Lopez murder, but I didn't get hear any reason why. Do we know why the city is opposed to the release of that footage? Chuck, you know, it was your assistant, right, who made the motion. Any idea? Y'all trying to get reelected? You can't answer any questions about your police department? We had Police Appreciation Week just announced. How do you appreciate them? You can't answer any questions about them. Tammy, I live in your district. Why am I going to vote for you if you're never going to answer any of my questions? You think you deserve a vote? You know better. Why should you be mayor, Justin? And you just look at me. I won't speak. That's your campaign face? That all you got? You got no answers about the police? Why was Joseph Lopez murdered? How come nobody can answer these questions? Because it looks like you don't care about the Lopez family, just as we know you didn't care about the Smith family after Mark Smith was murdered.
That's not true.
Okay. I'm not letting these cops play anything out. I don't know why. Well, I think that's a terrible course. Why didn't we want that footage released, though? Why is the city opposed to releasing the body cam footage? Mary Kay, you're an informant. You work for the department. Can you not answer these questions? You have no answers? You don't know? No. Why doesn't the city want the footage released? Why can't the public see what happened to Joseph Lopez? Why doesn't the city want the footage released?
Thank you. Our final speaker is George Hartsman.
George Hartsman, 2506 Bay Tree Drive. In tonight's agenda, there is a tax increase.
I'm sorry, if you're talking about if you're talking about an agenda item, you need to speak.
It's
out
not
that
about the agenda
item.
item. The problem that it creates involves fiscal stewardship, transparency, and accountability. And what you're going to be doing is tantamount to a political fraud. You are using your positions to create a situation where you can increase revenue without telling anyone what you're doing, because money is fungible. The city of Greensboro has a slush fund of over $500 million. And you're telling us that you need to increase revenue for some vague objective when what you're really doing is an accounting trick to pay for more city wants as opposed to needs. But this is, it's shameful that this happened, because this is so wrong. It's a political fraud. You're lying to people about what you're doing. You got $59 million in COVID money, and you're coming up with this to raise more money that you don't need. Well, it's like, what are you doing? What are you doing? We're in the midst of a real estate bubble. You got blown out valuations on real estate. And it's like you're trying to cash the city in when the city is flush with cash. What sense does this make? Is there anyone from the press here? Is there anyone from the News and Record here? The only way this could happen is because we don't have a news industry in this town anymore, because this is pathetic what you're trying to do here. And we'll talk about that more later.
So
Mr. Davis, what is he talking about? Do you know?
Well, it'll be the item after our consent agenda. So why don't, if it's okay with you, Mayor Pro
Wait till
Tem,
then?
can we do the
Yes.
consent agenda?
Absolutely.
Is moved by Mr. Holston. Is there a second? Seconded by Ms. Abuzawader. Council, please vote. Mrs. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Holston?
Yes.
Dr. Wells?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
I am a yes. Mrs. Abuzawader?
Yes.
Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
Mrs. Hightower?
Yes.
And that passes 9-0. We now move on to our business hearing agenda. Item number H1 is a public hearing for an ordinance to annex territory into the downtown business improvement district. We do have a speaker on this item, Mr. Hartsman. I do want to note that these annexations are voluntary and that they have requested inclusion into the business improvement district. It appears that Mr. Hartzman has,
Well, you come up here and make accusations and you sign up for something and don't speak to it. I don't have any respect for that.
so, council, do you wish a presentation on this item? I
Yes.
think that we are,
Yes.
okay, if we can.
Well, since they're here. I mean, he's standing here. Come on. He's ready. Give us a presentation.
Just pulling up the map.
For the sake of
Thank you.
transparency.
Make a statement about voluntary.
So there are a total of 10 properties
Yeah, I'll go ahead and
involved.
talk while he's.
Excuse me?
I'll go ahead and
Okay.
present while he's pulling up the map. If that's all right. You want me to do that?
Yes.
Okay. So the, here we go. Cool. Thank you. So this is an ordinance a public hearing for an ordinance to annex the territory into the Downtown Business Improvement District. And that is a municipal service district that was formed by the downtown property owners and approved by the city council in 2005 to provide enhanced services and programs within the district. It's managed by Downtown Greensboro Incorporated. And in June of last year, the council authorized a 3-year contract for DGI through June 30th, 2024. In the staff report, you'll see high-level list of services that's provided by DGI, including economic development, planning and development, marketing, communications, public space management, and special events management. We received petitions for 10 properties to be annexed in the bid. You can see that up here. Most of these properties are Holy Trinity Episcopal Church. So the proposed properties to be annexed are in the pink there. So we're asking council to adopt the ordinance to allow the properties listed to be annexed into the bid and pay the additional tax beginning on July the 1st, 2022. State law requires the city council to vote at 2 separate meetings, and this would be the first. Any questions?
So according to the background material that we got, all of those annexations would result in another $506.07 of money to the bid.
Correct.
And this was a voluntary
Yes, they
annexation.
petitioned to be in the bid.
Yes, they were petitioned to come in.
That's right.
Did you say 500?
500, the total additional money to the bid would be $506.07.
Because this is a church. They typically don't. pay
Right, so
taxes.
of the 10 properties,
Right. they don't
7
pay taxes.
are untaxable.
Right.
Yes.
Typically don't pay tax. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a nonprofit.
So we do have one speaker on this item. If there are no questions for Mr. Yandel. Yes. Well, Mr. Hartzman has signed up to speak.
George Hartzman. What's the point? What's the point of this? What does it accomplish? Are you trying, you're trying to get to someone on the street next to, on the other side of them? I don't know. Anyone here who had anything to do with Zach Matheny achieving his position with DGI should recuse themselves from this vote.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to close the public hearing? Moved by Mrs. Thurm, seconded by Mr. Holston. All in favor, say aye. Aye. And that's closed unanimously. Do we have a motion or comments on item number H1?
Move the item.
Moved by Mrs. Thurm, seconded by Ms. Abuzawader. Mrs. Hoffman?
Yes.
Hold on one second. Mr. Holston?
Yes.
Dr. Wells?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
I am a yes. Ms. Abuzawader?
Yes.
Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
And Mrs. Hightower?
Yeah.
Again, this was a voluntary petition into the bid. We now move on to the general business portion of our agenda. I.1 is a resolution to approve the medical plan administration services in the estimated amount of $6,500,000 with United Healthcare.
Second.
Are there any questions on this item? Okay, it was moved by Dr. Wells and seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. Council, please vote.
So do we know why it's got an MWBE waiver? Just because there ain't nobody that does this work anymore? We just ain't putting this out for bid no more.
Councilor Hightower, we waived the MWBE typical process on this just to give us the opportunity to keep the current price in place for multiple years.
I'm sorry. Can you say that again?
We wanted to try to keep our current price in place. We have the opportunity to basically freeze the current price for these services for a minimum of 3 years with the opportunity of 2 additional years. Given the relative lack of competition in this field, it's unlikely we would get a better offer from a competitor. So we wanted to take the opportunity to try to keep these costs where they are for multiple years.
And that's what we did the last time when I voted for it and the cost went up anyway.
You will recall the last time this went out for a bid, we actually brought back a proposal that council considered, then it ultimately chose to go with the current provider. So at this point, we're recommending to stay with that provider at what we think is a competitive price that we can now hold them to for a minimum of 3 years, possibly 5 years.
Yeah, I know. We came back with Signal, which was $1 million savings, but we went with this one. And the promise was not to go up on the premiums. That's not what I heard from some. So is that going to ensure that this happens this time?
This is for the administration of the program. What we are self-insured, so we set the premium rate. The third party does not set that.
So it will remain flat.
For their administrative costs, yes.
Nice way of putting it. Thank you.
So we have a motion by Dr. Wells and a second by Mrs. Johnson. Council, please vote. Mrs. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Holston?
Yes.
Dr. Wells?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
I am a yes. Ms. Abuzawader?
Yes.
Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
And Mrs. Hightower?
Yeah.
And that passes 9-0. Item number I.2 is an ordinance to approve Greensboro Guilford County Tourism Development Authority 2022-2023 fiscal year-end budget in the amount of $1,050,000.
Move the item.
Is there any explanation needed on this? We do have Mr. Fourier available for any questions, but this will be part of the upcoming budget. So it has been moved by Mrs. Johnson. Is there a second?
Second.
And a second by Mrs. Thurm. Council, please vote.
I can't get my vote stuffs, but it's all right. I can say yes or no.
Okay. Mr. Holston? I'm sorry, Mrs. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Holston?
Yes.
Dr. Wells?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
I am a yes. Ms. Abuzawader?
Yes.
Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
And Mrs. Hightower? And that passes 9-0. We move on to I.3. We can, hold on one sec. Oh, you got it. Oh. We will move on to item I.3, which is a resolution adopting fund balance plan in response to Local Government Commission LGC Financial Performance Indicator. We did receive an email from Mr. Davis yesterday going into further detail. Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Marlene Drew, the Finance Director, is with us tonight, and she's going to put a slide up momentarily that kind of provides the 3 options that have been previously sent to Council. So folks watching on TV can see what the conversation is about. But I did want to make one comment before council considers these options or others of your own accord. I did want to acknowledge this is an awkward step that we're asking council to take, because we're essentially asking you to pre-approve a small portion of a budget that you haven't seen yet. Typically, if we were going to recommend some type of allocation of funds for a particular purpose, it would be part of a budget process and part of a budget that you would see. In this particular case, because the Local Government Commission has asked for a response within 60 days of the completion of our audit, we're operating under their calendar rather than our own budget calendar. But typically, if we were looking at any kind of fund allocation, particularly this time of the year, so close to preparation for a new budget, you would be seeing this in about 3 weeks with the city manager's 22-23 recommended budget. This is just a unique item that we cannot wait to incorporate into that larger budget. But I also want to make sure that one of the point is clear that could very easily not be clear in the information we've tried to send out. When we talk about various options and percentages or parts of a tax rate increase, all of these presuppose that this would be built into the manager's recommended rate that you will see in about 3 weeks. As you know, we're going through a revaluation process, which requires us initially to calculate what is referred to as a revenue neutral tax rate. And then plus or minus that tax rate is what the manager will be presenting to you. But the numbers that you are being asked to consider tonight would start from that revenue neutral rate. So in other words, our current tax rate is 66.25. We're not asking you to add on to that number. What we're asking you to consider making a commitment to is a number that will vary from that revenue neutral rate, not from the rate that we're at right now. And I'm not sure that was clear in our communication, and I apologize for that. So I want to make sure that whatever budget recommendation the manager brings you, it will start from a revenue neutral number that we're still calculating. We're still figuring out how far our rate will be reduced to reflect revenue neutral. So I just want to make sure that was clear before you even consider or discuss the various options that are on the table. But I will ask Marlene to just walk through very briefly the 3 options that are on the screen, and then we're available to answer questions or try to respond to questions or comments from council.
Great. Good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. As requested, we have prepared a plan for you for a 5-year plan to bring our fund balance hopefully toward our minimum threshold goal of 25% of our general fund expenditures. And so we have 3 options for your consideration, various ways that we could achieve that, or with using some assumptions that we've built. So assuming our assumptions hold, one option, option A, would be consider committing 3/4 cent, so 0.75 cents or more of the fiscal 23 property tax rate, which is around $2,760,000, and keep that in place for at least 5 years. So this would be a one-time rate in fiscal 23, kept in place for 5 years, or an equivalent amount from other means. So coming up with $2,760,000 from some other manner, meaning other revenues or reductions in expenditures. So option B would be considering a commitment of multiple tax rate increases of 0.25 cents or more of the fiscal 23 property tax rate. And then each year for the next 4 years, considering an additional 0.25. So by the end of the 5-year period, we would have raised revenues, property taxes by 1.25 cents. So the first option is putting into place a 0.75 cent and leaving it in place. The second option, B, is to have incremental increases over a 5-year period. And so 1/4 cent is estimated at about $920,000. And option C is considering a portion of the American Rescue Plan funds And in this case, in order, so these are all trying to achieve it in 5 years. So in order to do that, it would require a $4 million commitment of American Rescue Plan, and then also a one-time increase of 0.5 or a half a cent in fiscal '23, which is left in place for the 5-year period. So a half a cent is roughly about 1,840,000. Again, saying that these would be all in equivalent amounts from other means could achieve the same thing. So not necessarily saying it would need to have to be a property tax increase. So I think, if I may, I'd like to maybe go to the next slide, because that was our other consideration on how we were going to have our purposes or how we would use our fund balance, and then just maybe say that, and then is that okay with everyone to do that? Okay. So what we had heard in the last session was that we would need to make some tweaks or some reconsideration of the purposes from which we would draw on our fund balance during our mid-year periods. So after we adopt the budget, how or why would we pull from it? And at first we had talked about a priority method, but based on our last feedback, we came up with some other options to consider. So the following purposes mid-year, if for your consideration, would be for immediate health and safety measures for Greensboro residents, unforeseen emergencies. Those were really the first two that we had said in all the other sessions. And then also adding in now some opportunities for efficiencies, and I'm thinking mainly of record keeping or administrative efficiencies or other circumstances as recommended by the finance director. One of them, as an example, would be if you were wanting to take advantage of a grant and the grant said you needed to spend the money first before they give us the grant award, we would really not be able to take from fund balance for that purpose the way it was worded, just for unforeseen emergencies or health and safety measures. So that would more so be, there would be a replacement fund identified, and more so positioning of funds is to give us a little bit more flexibility in case there's something that we're not thinking of at the moment that may be acceptable. So for those three options, we're still recommending keeping the maintaining or the supermajority, so 7 of 9 votes. And then we've added on another consideration, saying in the last bullet, appropriations for any other purpose other than those 3 may be made only by unanimous vote. So the first 3 would be supermajority, and then any other purpose than that would need to be unanimous. So that's how we tweaked it based on what we heard the last time. So these considerations are in each of the other options. It would be the same wording as what we have. So I guess I'll put it back to the options first, but those are all the comments I had.
Any questions? We do have one speaker on this item, Mr. Hartzman.
Can you put the slide back up, please? George Hartzman, this is absurd. This is absurd. It's absurd. Marlene said the choices are revenues or reductions in expenditures. Option C says, consider commitment of 4 million plus a one-time tax increase. Option B has a tax increase in it. Option A has a tax increase in it. If you have money in savings and you need to put it in checking, you move the money. So a commitment of $4 million from the American Rescue Plan, well, why not just take 4 million plus $1,840,000 and do it? This is absurd. I don't see how you wove a tax increase into a money transfer. But this is like an elaborate way to inflict a tax increase onto the public without them knowing that you're doing it. Was that the idea? Is that the objective? 2 weeks before an election? It's absurd. So how did that happen? That's a breakdown at the leadership level. This is a con. It's just, I mean, I saw this afternoon. I couldn't believe it. It's a symptom of a disease. What happened? I mean, just move the money. Why are you angling for a tax increase? And then we get revenue neutral. You increased taxes last time and nobody knew the wiser. Well done. Great job. And you're about to do it again, it sounds like. Revenue neutral. What that means is our taxes don't go up because you're sitting on a big pile of cash. You do not need to raise taxes. There is no reason to raise taxes. What has occurred to the tax base of Guilford County is artificial. It was created by the federal government. Interest rates went down, real estate values went up. And you're trying to feed off that. But it's not going to last. And you got to take that into account because 5 years from now, if you do this and you take without being transparent, that's on you.
So are there any questions or comments? Maybe it would be, Marlene, were you through with your presentation?
Yes, yes, Madam Mayor. If I could make one point of clarification. As far as the keeping in place, some of the increases that were recommended, the reason why a one-time really wouldn't accomplish our goal in a one-time transfer of the money and then at this point in time, the expenditures are increasing each year. So the amount that we have to set aside to meet that 25% is also increasing. So if we place an amount just of 1.8 million into a fund at this point, next year we would still have to grow more. We would have to keep growing more and more. So that's the reason why the rate increases would have to stay in place for a period of time in order to achieve it within a 5-year period.
And at this point, for us to achieve it today, you had said would be $9 million.
So 9 million was as of fiscal 21. And so that's when we first started to report it. And I think in one or two of our work sessions, we had a slide and we referred to it. For fiscal 22, we were actually expecting it to go down. And that's because two things are occurring. The expenditures for 22 are fairly amount higher than they were last year in our pandemic year. And then the second is we had a planned drawdown of our debt service fund balance for our planned debt service on our 2016 bonds. So this was all planned, not unexpected. So we have a little bit more of a gap to starting from in 22, if all holds. These are just our estimates at this point.
So I'm a little confused. You said that the 9 million was as of 21.
Correct.
And so we don't know what the gap is as of today in 2022.
I'm thinking it'll be at least another 10 million on top of it because we're drawing down our debt service fund 8 million this year in a planned draw as we were bringing on our 2016 debt.
So part of what we're struggling with, and I'll apologize for I watched some of the NFL drafts, so I'm going to use a football analogy. The goalposts are 9 million miles away, but they're also running away from us. So we have to run as fast as the goalposts are running, if not faster. So we know the number is going to get higher before it gets better, but we've got to start somewhere. So the 9 million was our current gap. And so we've tried to tie all of our options to that to try to give you a sense of the perspective. But we know that it will probably be more, but we're hoping that what we put in place going forward, particularly with the other control mechanisms like the difficulty that council is wishing to put on itself in terms of appropriating fund balance in the future, we will start to run faster than the goalposts are moving away from us. So that number will eventually start to get better. But Marlene's absolutely right, because expenditures are going up. The calculation that the league is, the LGC is now using is based on your expenditures. So as they continue to go up, that calculation does as well. But the 9 million is a known figure. Everything beyond that is projections at this point, which is why we wanted to keep you focused on that 9 million, because that's a real number. That's a calculatable number that we can get back to time and time again.
Right now, our tax rate is 66.25. Is that correct?
Correct.
What would be helpful for the public is in each one of these options, if we were to approve it, to say what it would be, what the tax rate would be, what the difference would be. And I really would like to see that happen.
And that's the issue.
People look at this and they're not necessarily going to know how much their property rate will go up, whether it's 50 cents, whether it's a penny or what.
And that's the challenge, because until we get next year's budget ready to present to you in about 3 weeks, we can't give you that starting point. We know it's not 66.25. We're not adding to that number. We're going to start from a revenue neutral rate. I can, for illustrative purposes, as we say in planning meetings, that number might be 56 or 57. So this could be added on to a 56 or a 57. But again, that number has not been developed. And unfortunately,
I know it bothers you, but it sure bothers me.
Just as much, if not more, I'm sure.
Mr. Davis.
So Larry.
I'm sorry.
So Larry, and I lost my train of thought because I was sitting there waiting on her. I think I'm very disturbed by a tax rate. So let me ask you this. If you're saying in 3 weeks, we're gonna know what a budget's gonna look like. Is that what you're saying?
The manager will present his budget on May 24th.
Why are we pushing this right now?
Because
do
the
we
league.
not have 3? I thought all we needed to do was send a letter to the LGC to give them an idea of a plan, which started out being 10 years. We have now pigeonholed the 5, gone to tax increases, got a $355 million bond hanging out there, tax increases. We're killing us. I can't go along with this at all. I really would like to see this vetted out a little bit more. And if we were to go ahead on and send the letter and say, hey, we're going to give you a plan. Right now, this is the tentative plan, 10 years. But we know we need to get to that point. We have 22 million in the fund balance. We only need to get to 25 million. Right? Am I understanding? Or LGC 25%, I apologize.
There you go.
It's 25%. Right. So, but just to start this right here, the first work session I sat in was last week sitting in Wilmington. Really to understand this. And tonight I got to vote on a tax increase. I can't do that I am not gonna do that. I'm sorry.
And we're so sorry to put this on you, but we have to send something to the local government commission by May the 8th.
Well, send them a letter
That's-
saying we
that's
gonna
our
do,
deadline.
we gonna give them a plan.
Well,
We gonna work
no,
it
I-
out in 10 years or
I have
something.
to, I have to give them a
Everybody
plan by
wants-
May the 8th.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I have to give them a plan by May the 8th.
Yeah,
Not a
because-
letter telling them that we're going to have a plan.
But I mean, because I think we ought to have had a little bit more discussion. For me to sit here and just press a button, yes or no, I think this is irresponsible. I'm a no. Whatever it is, I'm a no. And I think that, and I also don't like that you want to, they want to have a unanimous decision on using the fund balance if it gets down to that. If you're gonna do it, use a supermajority, okay, yes, but not unanimous. And because I think we don't never know what might happen. Yeah, you want to set money aside, have money saved in case of something go on. Nobody knows what if another tornado comes through here.
So there was a clarification on the unanimous, that the three items listed, immediate health and safety, unforeseen emergencies, and opportunities for efficiencies, those are a supermajority. Anything other than that would be required to be unanimous. So
I think it all should be supermajority. I'm not in favor of any unanimous. I don't like that. I don't trust composition of the makeup right now.
So, Mr. Boozawaiter, then Mr. Holston.
So, Mr. Davis, I have a question. What are the consequences if we do not submit a plan by May 8th?
So
LGC?
we will be in front of the commission on June the 7th, asking for formal permission to prepare for the November referendum and also for an upcoming water resources bond financing. We'll be the first test case.
July referendum.
What did I say?
November.
Oh, I'm sorry. My
That's
apologies.
okay.
July referendum. Thank you, Mayor. And asking for permission for a water resources revenue bond sale. We'll be the first test case. Maybe they'll say, you know what, we were being too tough on you. We'll give you another 30 days. I don't know what they'll say. All I know is they've told us we expect a plan by May the 8th. And until they tell us something different, we feel like it's the only responsible thing for us to do is to work under that guidance.
Okay, so my understanding is we are not specifically voting for a tax increase tonight.
That is correct.
I want to make that very, very clear. What we are voting on is to submit a plan, and even in the plan, it is going to say, we are hoping to get funds from other means. Am I correct on that?
Correct.
So, because I agree, if this were saying that we were doing a tax increase tonight, I would be voting no. But no, it doesn't. This is a plan, and it says that we can also try to find other means, which when the reevaluations come in, if there's sales tax revenue to come out, all of these other revenues to come in, we might be okay and not have to even consider this. This is not increasing taxes this evening. Am I correct?
You are correct.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor,
Mr. Holston was next, then Mrs. Thurm, then Mr. Outling.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a couple of things, and there's quite a bit to digest here. So Mr. Davis, the deadline is May 8th for us to present a plan, but they did not give us any specifics of what that plan should look like, nor did they give us the consequences if the plan comes in X, Y, or Z or ABC.
Well, no, they actually gave us some examples of what would qualify, and we've tried to mirror those. And they did specifically direct us or counsel us to provide some level of specificity. How would you go about closing this fund balance gap? So that's, I've used the phrase in other meetings. That's why we can't just simply say, we promise to do better. We have to give them some sense of that we recognize the gap, that we acknowledge the new math, and what would be ways in which we could close that. We use percentages or points or parts of a property tax because that's something that everyone intuitively understands. It's easy to convert into a dollar figure, as Marlene's done on the slide. But as Councilmember Boozawaiter said, this is really an illustration. If you look on the slide, under each option, you see the phrase, and it's actually in italics, or equivalent amount from other means. So the tax rate is designed to help them understand the dollar amount that we're serious. We recognize we have to start putting additional funds aside for fund balance. And it may be the form of a tax rate increase, or it will be in the form of something of equal value. So it could be a different revenue source. It could be reductions in expenditures. All of that will be based on what council direct staff has.
Right. And part of the challenge, however, is the way that this message and communicated, because regardless of whether we say it's a tax increase or not, when you look at the screen and the general public is looking at the screen, they see 0.25 cent increments, 0.75 cents, and they see a tax increase.
Correct.
And without additional information, it's just a tough messaging. We on council may tend to understand it more, but it's the residents who we're responsible and accountable to, who are probably seeing this tax increase. And all three options do have, a tax increase element. So we have the deadline. We have what we think are some consequences, not really sure what they're going to be. I know at the last work session, we were noodling around with the 10-year or 7-year, and we ended up on a 5-year. And the 5-year has in a sense driven these numbers, this 25 cents, because had it been a 10-year plan, then these numbers would have been 0.10 or something else. It would have been less. And then when the plan does come in and is presented, even if after we adopt it, it's still adjustable by council, we can still adjust and move it. So much like Councilwoman Hightower and I were saying at the work session, why not go with the most liberal plan, that is the longer term, and then be able to adjust it down versus going with the tighter plan and then being constrained by those tighter years. Also, Councilwoman Hightower, I do agree that I would not want anything to be on a unanimous vote. Anything would need to be on a supermajority from my perspective. It's just a tough time. You know, we have things going on with our economy. We have inflation, we have the revaluation, we have the specter of higher property taxes, we have the bonds out there. We're talking additional monies here potentially. And it's just a tough conversation to have right now. Obviously, we on council are here, we're making sausage, and sometimes I hate to even say it, whether or not there are no good options, because you're kind of constrained either way. And the people of Greensboro have placed us here to make the very best decision. It isn't as easy as black and white or hot and cold, but there have to be some other ways that we can look at this to determine and still meet the deadline of May 8th with a plan that's adjustable, that gives us the ability, and without going into the ARP plan funds, because those are for another purpose. And I know that means potentially you're looking at an incremental on the tax rate, whatever it ends up being. But we just have to do the hard work. I mean, that's why we're here, to do the hard work, and we need to do that, as opposed to making it a little bit easier on ourselves and just simply saying, well, just pay another 0.25% or 75 cents. It's just a tough call.
Maybe,
So-
Mayor, I can quickly just interject. I wanted Mr. Davis to explain clearly, but I'd like to kind of remind us again that the reason we're doing this tonight is we're voting on a plan to submit to the LGC. We're not voting on a tax increase. I think that's very important. We're still going to come to you with our budget in 3 weeks' time, where you'll be able to have the benefit of a context. However, having submitted that on May 8th doesn't stop us from going back to that plan and tweak it before the LGC. Remember that we still need their permission before we can put out a bond out there. And so it's very important that we submit this plan, regardless of what you decide tonight, 10 years, 5 years, how you want to do it. What you're voting on and giving us direction to do is to provide a plan before the local government commission. We can always come back even after the budget has been presented to tweak that plan, but we need to have a plan in front of them. Essentially, that's really what we believe we're doing tonight.
Just one more.
I think
So let me, if Hugh is finished, I don't know if you are.
And I really appreciate that, Mr. City Manager. And that's the reason why, what my challenge is that when we start talking, we're showing these slides and talking these numbers become a part of the vernacular, and people start assuming that it's 0.25 or 0.75. That's why I'm thinking that we push that plan that we have to put in, that we're not really obligating ourselves, but we push that plan to be as liberal as it possibly can be. So these numbers get as low as they possibly can be, so that our fellow residents in Greensboro know that we're trying our best to keep the impact. We're trying to solve the problem, but keep the impact low. You know, making the sausages is really ugly, but we're doing both at the same time. It's not either or, it's and in both. And they know that we're working on their behalf as hard as we possibly can, and not letting something just become a part of the conversation and then get bronzed in. And now we're looking at a tax increase down the road.
So we have a number of people, Mrs. Thurm, Mr. Outling, Mrs. Hoffman, Dr. Wells. Okay, and Mrs. Hightower. And then Mary Kay. So again, Thurm, Outling, Hoffman, Wells, Hightower, Abuzawader. Mrs. Thurm?
I think part of my challenge is that option A, B, and C on the documents we've been given are not the same as option A, B, and C on the screen. Option A, B, and C on this document clearly says that it's a result of that it will be a tax rate increase of 0.75 cents. That's the documents that we have. This on the screen tells us we're committing some money to it, but it doesn't say a tax increase. So I have to be really clear that I am not in favor of a tax increase of 75 cents and cannot support that tax increase. However, I have different thoughts if we're saying, okay, we're going to take some of our pot of money and commit it. You see the distinction that I'm making is, one is we could cut 75 cents from other things, but this document clearly says it's a 0.75 cent tax increase. And that's the heartache that I have on this.
And I apologize for any miscommunication. As I look at the options that were provided, once you get into the bullet points, I thought it was clear that we were talking about an equivalent amount to that, but I apologize if it was written as such to say that, no, it is a tax rate increase, period, no other consideration. So I apologize for I'm sure that would have created quite a bit of angst if you read this as that's it. It must be that the only way to get to that dollar amount is through the tax rate increase. So I apologize for that.
Well, the first paragraph on option A
And
on the written document.
We're looking at what's in our.
I'm looking at what was in my packet on the dais.
Okay.
The first paragraph says, consider implementing a one-time property tax increase of 0.75 cents and keep it in place for at least 5 years.
You're right. You're absolutely right. It's not till the second page that's better delineated.
Well, on the
where it reads,
it says
consider
or an
commitment.
equivalent later on.
Yeah.
But
So we should have had that language at the very beginning.
I think that's where part of the challenge is coming from on this, because I can't at this point, before I see the budget, commit to a tax increase.
Mr. Outling.
Yeah, consistent with that, what I heard consistently throughout the presentation until council members asked questions was there are three options. Every single option is a tax increase. I understand that subsequent to the presentation, it's been articulated and said that this is not voting on a tax rate increase. This is voting on a plan, but it would be the plan to increase taxes.
Right.
I mean, that's what the plan is. And Mr. Davis and I discussed this yesterday. And so if there's a different understanding today than yesterday, it certainly would help me in my decision to understand that. There's a statement that was in the email that was sent to council yesterday that says, or equivalent amounts. My understanding was or equivalent amounts meant that if additional options short of the tax rate increase appeared later and the council directed you to pursue those options rather than the tax increase, obviously you would do that. But if the council did not specifically act and tell you to essentially now don't increase taxes because we found another way, you would proceed with the plan and increase the taxes according to the vote A, B, and C.
Well, the manager's budget would include whatever plan was necessary to meet that amount. Council would then direct us to either keep it as such or change the plan. So council would have either given us direction ahead of that time, do not increase the tax rate, find the money somewhere else. Absent that direction, the manager's budget would have probably included these rate increases, which at that moment, council could also say, we don't want to see those rate increases as part of the budget, find another way to fund that amount.
Okay, so it's one of the things it really begs the question for me is, are we being straight up 100% honest with the LGC? If the council says our plan is to do this, but it's really not our plan, which to me, it kind of sounds like we're saying, I'm not going to support that. I think we have the plan, our actual intent of what we're going to do. Then perhaps if we change our minds later on, we communicate that to the LGC. But I'm not comfortable kind of saying, we're going to check the box with the LGC and say this is our plan, but it's not really our plan because we're going to do something else. I think if we say that our plan is to increase taxes, that's what our plan is. Obviously, we could change our minds later and the manager could recommend that. But when the council speaks, it's a direction to the manager, it's an indication to the LGC, and that's how it kind of proceeds. Additionally, I will say, kind of with that understanding and being very clear that we are voting on a plan to increase taxes under all three options, we can get the fund balance, have our emergency account, be prepared for worst case scenarios without increasing taxes at all. You know, we have multiple ways to do that. We have approximately $60 million from American Rescue Plan monies. There's also a operating budget from which accommodations can be made to fill that gap. And so, for example, if we had a large economic development opportunity, we don't have an incentives budget, we would figure out a way to go into our budget and find the money necessary to take advantage of the economic development opportunity. We wouldn't necessarily, raise taxes because we needed to come up with $9 million out of a budget that's, several dozens, even greater than that, I guess, hundreds of millions of dollars to come up with that shortfall. Additionally, as I emphasized during the work session, there's a matter of getting that amount up to the 25% required or strongly recommended by the LGC. Greensboro is the only major city in North Carolina that doesn't meet that 25%. We have peers that have literally double plus that 25%. But to Marlene's point, it's not just getting there once, it's making sure that you stay there. So it's really important, the policies and procedures around when, if ever, do you raid or take money from that fund balance. The first two circumstances, to me, are acceptable. It's essentially for emergencies. But having an exception for efficiencies without clearly identifying what those efficiencies are, to me, that's something that I can't support. To me, the concept of having an emergency fund, it's not to grow services, it's literally there just for emergencies. Therefore, to go into that, make yourself more financially at risk for an unidentified efficiency, to me, that's something that I can't support. If there was a very narrow category of efficiencies where it was clear that that would be in the best interest of the city categorically, that may be something that I could support. But having an exception that's so large that it could swallow the rule, I can't support that, in addition to the fact that it's saying that our plan would be to increase taxes. And so, again, I would suggest that we actually use the monies that we have available, don't increase taxes. We can close the gap now. And then obviously the manager, if he finds other ways to free up monies, we could effectively have the same money there that we otherwise would have had for American Rescue Plan. And there would be really no difference other than the fact that we would have focused and prioritized our emergency fund first and then went to other things second.
Sorry, Mrs. Hoffman?
Thank you very much, Mayor. Yeah, I think we're trying to turn ourselves into pretzels tonight over this. Really, what we need to do is relatively simple. We need to present a responsible plan to the LGC regarding how we propose to get our fund balance to the required level. What we're, again, as several of you have pointed out, we're not saying tonight that we're going to raise taxes. That's just one alternative. Using ARP funds may be another alternative, and there are other alternatives that we can consider. So we really just need a simple, straightforward, responsible answer to the LGC. And then we can figure out the details of that once we know what the manager's budget is going to look like and what the economic picture for next year is going to look like. You know, I really originally was thinking that I didn't know that I would favor using ARP funds here, but quite frankly, I've been a little bit underwhelmed at this point with the first presentation that came to us suggesting expenditure of about 26% of these funds. And if, you know, if we're just looking at a lot of these little projects that are $50,000 and $70,000, $100,000, you know, I'd probably just maybe agree with Tammy and Justin in terms of using some ARP funds here. But I thought we got $60 million, really a gift from the federal government. And I thought we had had several discussions about using those funds in a transformational way. And what as I said, what I've seen so far is generally underwhelming to me. But it's important for us to present, as I said, I'm going to say it again, just a simple, responsible answer to the LGC. They're not looking for details. They're not asking us for specifics. We're just giving them a general thing. And what I can tell you is if we don't present that, and if I were looking at this situation as a member of the LGC and another municipality in North Carolina came to us and they didn't present you know, a strong, responsible answer to their request, then quite frankly, I would look a little bit aghast when they would be coming to us a month later, really wanting permission for $135 million bond package and for some water and sewer authority as well. So I think we just need to stop twisting ourselves into a pretzel tonight. We're not asking for, we're not saying that we're going to raise taxes. We're giving that as a possible alternative among several other options that we can have.
Thank you. Dr. Wells, Mrs. Hightower, Mr. Boozwaiter, and then I have a quick comment.
Well, I'm concerned about perception. Now, what Mr. Hartman came up here, he is looking at it just like anybody else that will look at it in a citizen. They'll say they're going to raise the taxes. That's the way it is. All right, so we do need a plan to give to them. I'm totally against us using ARP funds because I just think that wasn't for us to try to take care of our debts. But if we reword it, that's the same thing. And so we make a commitment to increase the fund balance in at least 5 years by considering the 0.75 property tax or equivalent amounts from other means. That means that we will get the money from that property tax is not our only means, but there are other means that we will use. But the perception is what's going to kill us. We're asking for the bond. We're out here asking people to vote for us, and that's all they talk about is property taxes. You're raising our taxes. So it's just a bad timing. And so that makes it a little more difficult for us to just say, yes, we'll adopt this. Because I know the public perception is they're going to read it like they want to read it, and they're going to say, yeah, they're going to raise our taxes. And we really need the bond to pass, you know. We want that referendum to pass. So I don't know, it's just bad timing, but I think it should be worded in a way that it does not say that this is our only means of getting that money.
And Dr. Wells, in the resolution that is attached to our agenda, it clearly says an equivalent amount from other means, or an equivalent amount from other means.
Yes, that's what we should put there, but.
Well, and that's what it is. And to confuse matters even a little bit more, the resolution that we're to vote on actually is for option 1, which says 0.25 cents or more of the fiscal year estimated going up. So if you don't like, I think it was option 1, we have to vote this resolution down and put in a substitute resolution, which would either be BC or something else. Just sorry to confuse it even a little more.
That is correct. What's on the agenda reflects what staff presented at the work session. We did not repost. So I do believe, I'll ask the attorney to help me with this, but I do believe the first step, assuming that you do not want to pursue the option that's part of the agenda, will be to vote it down and then to choose one of the other 3 options or an option of your own.
So the option on the agenda says consider commitment of 0.25 cents or more of the fiscal year 23 tax rate estimated at $912,500 or an equivalent amount from other means in order to work towards a 25% goal. And then it talks about continue to support citywide strategic priorities that promote economic growth in Greensboro, furthering the natural fund balance growth over the long term and increased sales and property revenue.
Yeah, just as a reminder, the version that's on the agenda had a 10-year time frame.
Well,
that's the primary difference between it and the other 3 options that were shared with you yesterday and that you get copies tonight all assume a 5-year time frame.
Correct. So this one would have to be voted down if you wanted to put something else in its place. So Dr. Wells, I don't know if you were through with your comments.
Just one small clarification on that. The matter would have to be moved and seconded. If it failed to get a second, it would also be the same as if it would be voted down.
So you could do it either way, vote it down or
If
it
it failed to
dies
get
for lack of a
it
second.
would die the same way.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Wells, were you? I've confused you even more.
But what are we talking about now? Oh, yeah, I'm finished.
Okay, Mrs. Hightower.
Actually, Dr. Wells, you're right. We're getting ready to down the vine. That's what's getting ready to happen. We're getting ready to down the vine. Okay. Because
You're talking about the one in the package.
all of them. Because
well, they can't all.
I think the critical issue here is the tax increase, and that's the words that are first in these resolutions. And so for me, you say consider, however, you have or equivalent. You're not spelling out equivalent, what those examples might be. So because for me, if it was worded in such a manner, consider tax increase or equivalent, higher revenue, where money may come from, tax increase is the last resort. I think verbiage is important. Okay, you've got to say those things and be clear about them because people are gonna hear tax increase, the ears are gonna stop, that's it. It's not gonna go any further. So I think we've got to do a better job of even in the plan. And the other issue is, I know we have to have something by May 8th, but does it actually say how long we have to get the 25%? And that's not what I'm hearing. I'm hearing we got to provide them a plan by the 8th, but I'm not hearing, well, we got to provide them a plan. It's going to be 10 years. We got to provide them a plan. It's going to be 3 years. I'm not hearing that. So it would seem like to me, I think we're rushing to push this, and I think we don't need to do 5 years. I think we need to give us a little leverage here and be clear. And no, I'm not in favor of using ARP money because you're right. It was for transformational things. Transformation was also $50,000 projects because the ARP plan says money should go to underserved communities, minority small business, minority nonprofits. And I'm not willing to sacrifice that. We sacrifice so much on our end for this. Now, I think we can find a way, look through this plan to do this a little bit more responsible manner to get to the 25% that the LGC wants us to get to. But I'm not in favor of the 5 years. I'm not in favor of the ARP, definitely not in favor of a tax increase. But if we could spell out in the plan that the tax increase is the very last option.
I know.
Mayor, if I can, I apologize. And
I don't know if that's possible.
Well, I
but-
was going to say, Chuck can sort of watch me as I try to stitch this. The paragraph that you're referring to, that all of you are referring to one way or the other, in each of these 3 plans references the value of a property tax increase at a certain dollar amount or an equivalent amount from other means. If it would help with the perception concerns and so forth, we can certainly rewrite that. We can certainly start with the dollar value that adopting this plan, the city commits to making a fund balance improvement of X amount, which may come from a variety of means, including revenues, expenditure reductions, or as a final last desperate step, a tax rate increase. We can easily, Chuck, rewrite that in that term. And essentially, I think it would still get the LGC a sense of you've acknowledged a dollar amount that you're willing to move towards, and you've identified plausible ways that you may get that.
I would also add that it doesn't have to say that there's a tax increase. It's really just interpreting it in terms of taxes. So it's X amount of dollars, which would be point whatever it is, 0.25 cents of tax rate. There's nothing to suggest that it has to articulate a commitment to make a tax increase.
Right. I think we're going down the right or a better path now. And that inclusive of also, since we don't have to have those specifics in the plan, that we also can consider an extended period of time, not just the 5 years.
Yeah.
So in case we do come down to something that we have the wiggle room to do what we need to do.
And I appreciate that. That's a great point from Chuck. And we should have been more clear. We really are talking about the valuation amount. You know, when we say we need $3 million, that's equivalent to a certain tax rate. It's not saying that you're going to raise the taxes to do that. Again, it's just giving you that measurement value.
Can
I?
Well, no.
I've been waiting. and I
Mrs.
got
Hightower,
interrupted.
finish up.
Yeah.
Then Mary Kay, then I have some comments.
Okay.
Mary Kay?
Yeah, no, you're fine. Yeah, I agree that I think the wording is what's going to make it or break it for us. But I did want to point out, earlier it was said, you know, when you submit a plan, you have to stick to it. No, you don't have to stick to it. Plans are made to be changed. When you submit a business plan, that is not your final plan. It is changed. It is modified. When you submit a construction plan, when you submit something to TRC, it is a plan that you want to fulfill, but it is also able to be modified, tweaked, corrected. It goes through a lot of processes. So I want to make that very clear, that plans can be changed. Even vacation plans can be changed. I'm a witness to that.
Yeah.
But I want to say that I think it's very important that we figure this out within the next little bit tonight.
We have to.
Because just reading this, our auditor notified the city's audit committee of an item requiring a formal written response by the majority of city council, and that we were deemed to be a financial performance indicator of concern. And I think that's very, very important that we, with verbiage or whatever we need to do tonight, that we take care of this evening. And I think that's very important, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Can I make a
So-
friendly amendment?
Well, and I believe that Mr. Jaoba also had an alternative for consideration.
Yes, I was, in addition to what ACM Davis said, I was just going to propose that, again, I do agree with Councilmember Buzeta in terms of a plan. I mean, circumstances change, things change. We may make a commitment tonight, and next year we don't know what's going to happen. And so, and I believe that working with LGC, they know things evolve. I think that the key thing is that we're making a commitment. So if that's the spirit, my proposal will be that we commit to the LGC that we will meet the fund balance requirements within the next 5 to 10 years. If you're trying not to say 5 and you're not trying not to say 10, but we give a range, and then offer up using a range of options, including expenditure reduction and making tax increase or tax rate addition the last option. And we can say that that will be done within that period of time. Now, at the end of this month, I'm going to present to you FY23 budget. That will also help us to be able to revisit that particular letter that we're sending out and to say, go back to them and say, based on council's adopted budget, we can come together with some specifics and be able to share that. While I don't want to dissuade you from going after the ARP, I will caution that the ARP is a one-time shot. You know, you do that now. I don't foresee a situation where fund balance will go down from 25% to 15% in 3 or 4 years. But what if you don't have ARP at that point in time? Then we revisit this again. I think that we need to have a plan in place that does not necessarily include something that's a one-time shot. That would be my advice to you. So offering a range in terms of years and offering a range in terms of options. I think that that may be our best way to craft a plan for you, knowing fully well that after your budget adoption, we can revisit that again and be more specific with that plan. So if you're good with that, we can draft some language around that.
So, Mrs. Thurm, I don't know that we can have a friendly amendment to something that hasn't moved yet. I think you can move it and modify it. But, you know, let me just make a couple comments before you do that. And then I think Mr. Outling was next, and then I can throw you on. But, you know, these ARP funds didn't just materialize. It took a lot of hard work by mayors' organizations in every state, the U.S. Conference of Mayors, the League of Municipalities, who worked hard that this funding would come to the city and not to counties like it did last time. And City Manager, you are right. It is a one-time shot. And I'm glad to have been a part that brought the ARP funds to the city. We have bond referendums coming up, and we don't know that they'll all pass. I mean, what happens if affordable housing doesn't pass? And even our affordable 10-year plan was originally valued at $50 million. Our bond is only for $30 million, and that we know that there has been construction costs and supply chain issues. So, you know, I'm not against looking at ARP funds a few months down the road, once we know whether or not our bonds pass and what shape we're in. Do we need it to finish Windsor Chavis? I mean, so I don't want to commit to this money yet. We can modify it. I mean, clearly it says by any other, by or equivalent method, equivalent amount from any other means. So we have the ability in 6 months to decide we want to put X amount of dollars aside, or that we want to cut a certain program. But for us to pledge the ARP funds right now, I think it's just a little early, because we have to make sure that our affordable housing is funded to the max, that we know that we know that we're going to be able to build fire stations. We know that we are in jeopardy of losing our class 1. If we continue to build houses and annex, we need to build more fire stations. So I think we need to look at everything, and taking a $9 million chunk out of that. I mean, that is a fire station right there. So I'm not against, once we see what the landscape looks like, where that other means, if it's not an efficiency, it can be part of the ARP funds. But to do it today without knowing everything that's on the table, I just think is a little premature. They've asked for a plan. Mrs. Hoffman said that she thought the 10-year plan was a little weak. I would refer to her judgment on that. She sits on the LGC, so we decided to do it in 5 years. I think what the LGC is looking for is a defined commitment. And I think that's what we are making, is a commitment of amount of money every year that can be gained from a variety of different sources. So I think that's the direction that we're heading in. Mr. Outling is next, then Mrs. Thurm. Again, the resolution that we're voting on, that we have to either vote for or vote down, is the 25 cents or more in order to work towards our 25% goal, or equivalent method from any other means. This resolution, though, while it doesn't say it, it says a multi-year plan, that would be the 10-year plan. And I don't know that any of us were happy with the 10-year plan. So we need a movement to vote that down or pass it or modify it, and then go back to A, B, and C and pull out something else, or give the city manager an opportunity to wordsmith his suggestion.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I was thinking that, and maybe I'm just crazy here, but that from the conversation that I'm hearing up here is that we're not ready to move on what we have in front of us. And the city manager has brought forth some ideas along with Mr. Davis that.
So Justin, Tammy, and then Mrs. Hoffman. And then if it would be appropriate for us to take a short break while you wordsmith, you can do it out in public. So there's no concern about us, conspiring. But I do know that there are a number of council people who have asked for a brief recess once we finish this, which would allow you to work there at your desks and to come up with an alternate plan. Mr. Outling?
All right, Mr. Davis, you and I talked yesterday. We discussed one point that hasn't been discussed today. That is the level of specificity in the plan required by the LGC. Can you expand on what they require in terms of the specificity? Because when I hear we're committing to getting to 25%, that's a foregone conclusion. That's their requirement. We're going to do so in any wide range of ways. To me, that doesn't sound like a plan. That just sounds like a commitment that we're going to get there some way, somehow. And so is that something that is sufficient, or is that something that's not sufficient? Because, and to be clear, it's really material to me. If it's not a tax increase, and if, for example, we're talking about coming up to the 25% amount elsewhere in the budget or some other way that doesn't involve a tax increase, that's one thing. But it's a very different thing if that includes increasing taxes.
The local government commission will ask us to verify whatever level of specificity that we provide. So if we submit a plan that says we promise to make $1 million improvement to fund balance next year, when the year is out, they will say, show us your $1 million. So that's what they gave us literally word for word examples of what they wanted to see in the plan, made up examples. Respond to us in these formats. Give us the dollar amount that you're working towards, and where you can, the steps that you will take to accomplish that. So what we've tried to do is reach that level of specificity, at the same time trying our best not to tie council's hands for a budget that you haven't even seen yet.
Yeah, I'm talking about specifically, not really, I understand the level of specificity in terms of what was recommended, although I disagree with those options. I'm talking about the more generic approach that's being discussed now, and I assume staff will try to wordsmith during the break. if we essentially say, we're going to get there, get to the 25% in 5 years by doing one of the things that's available to us, essentially, which could include making reductions in the budget, benefiting from increased revenues that are unexpected as of this time, American Rescue Plan, or a tax increase, is that level of specificity sufficient to meet the requirements of the LGC?
We believe so. Again, keeping in mind, this will be the first time we've ever submitted such a plan.
Okay.
But we do believe that will be the level of specificity that will be required, because again, most of this will be compliance after the fact. They will want us to demonstrate and in essence show that we were serious about what we sent them.
Okay. And out of curiosity, in which case, why was that not what was recommended by professional staff in the first instance? Just saying, we're going to come up with the money in 5 years, one way or another, just so I have a better understanding why you as professionals said tax increase.
Not one way or the other. That would not have been specific enough.
One of the ways in which we needed
to
come up with the money.
specify either some type of potential revenue growth. And again, I apologize for the consternation with the tax rate. I realize now that was not well thought out. We use that as an example to try to give a sense of context of the value of the improvement we needed to make. We didn't have to do that. We simply could have said, we commit to making anywhere from $900,000 to $2.7 million a year improvement in our fund balance. And that improvement can come from any number of cases, including a reduction in operating expenses, improvements to revenues, or if necessary, adjustments to the tax rate increase. Okay. And I think as I'm talking, someone's writing, because this is what we'll be working on.
For example, are there other means that could be used to get to 25% that you haven't specified there, for example? Because for example,
too many to note, but I can't specify them at this point because I don't know if the majority of council would be prepared to say tonight, we will cut X department's budget by $1 million.
And I think what you articulated, for example, I could support if it did not include a tax increase, because that to me would be an actual plan that provides some specificity to the LGC. And it also provides meaningful guidance to staff in terms of how they're actually going to meet the 25%. If we present to the LGC, our plan is to do any of the things that are in the universe that we can possibly do, although we make it look better by actually specifying them, to me, that's not really a plan. And from this council, you as professional staff haven't gotten guidance from us. And so I know Mr. City Manager is drafting, and hopefully he'll take that in consideration if council likewise supports us getting there, but not including tax increases in that.
Mrs. Thurm and then Mrs. Hoffman, and then we're going to take a break. And you guys are going to stay at your desks and write up a plan. You can take a break if you need to take a break. Mrs. Thurm?
I'd like to suggest, I understand while I am in favor of doing this in 5 years, I understand that some are not, but I am not in favor of going to 10 years. So I'm wondering if, as you can wordsmith this, we say not to exceed 7 years and reach that balance, not to exceed 7 years as a compromise. And that way we commit to at least 7 years, but it could be sooner depending on circumstances.
Every 7 years, you need a sabbatical.
Mrs. Hoffman, and then we're going to take a break.
I feel strongly about the 5 years. I feel, again, I just feel very strongly about that. Please keep in mind that we have X amount to get to at this point, but expenditures are going to continue to go up. They're not going to go down. So our funding is going to continue to go up as well. So, this is not a static thing. It's a moving target. And it's moving forward. I'd rather not go past the 5 years. I think the 5-year commitment is a strong commitment. And if staff wants to wordsmith this, I felt that of the options that we were really offered here. I felt the strongest one was the 0.75 tax rate equivalent that we were talking about here. If we want to express that just in terms of $1 million to $2.5 million annual commitment, whatever, that achieves the same thing, I think, as staff is working on the rewriting of this.
Thank you. So
Can I quickly make a
Yes.
suggestion to staff and see if there's
Yes.
sufficient support on the council? I move that through this drafting process, we direct staff to develop a proposal or plan to the LGC that would have us meet the 25% requirement within 5 years using means available to the city to do that, except for increasing the effective property tax rate.
So
So
you're
that
saying
means
5 years still?
in 5 years, it still leaves American Rescue Plan.
Is there a reason why we can't just allow the city manager to go
Right.
5 to 10
That's
years
what
and
I
develop a
thought.
plan and then come back and then work with
Well,
it and just see what they have?
Well, my sense was, and I could be wrong, that's why I'm making the motion to see if there's sufficient support, was that at least a substantial number of council members prefer to have 5. That includes myself, given the understanding that this is, again, an emergency account, and you don't know when emergencies are going to happen. And so I think it's important to get to the 25% as quickly as possible. My personal preference would be to do it immediately, but as a matter of compromise, I think 5 is a reasonable thing. But again, if there's not support for doing it within 5, using means available to the city other than a tax rate increase,
well, I think that's what we've all been saying.
Yeah, but I don't think we said that to staff. We didn't.
Well, they're sitting here.
Yeah.
Well, if it's gone, if it doesn't include the tax
I'm
increase.
not
we need
in
to-
favor of a 5. If 5 years are gonna push us in a tax
sounds like we
increase
haven't said that,
situation,
so.
I'm not in favor of that. I'm in favor of what the city manager is gonna need to look at and
Well,
work
let's
with.
let
So
them.
let's do that.
Well, if I've made the motion, if it sounds like there's not, to me, it sounds like there's not agreement on council as indicated by council members saying that they disagree. If there's not a second for the motion, it fails, but I don't think there's a majority consensus to direct staff to do what I just requested. And that's why I'm making the motion.
Justin, let me just say, I don't think I'm comfortable excluding a tax rate increase. We can't predict the future. We don't know what might happen in the next 4 to 5 years. So we don't want to do that, but I'm not certain that you should take it off the table for consideration.
Right. I move that we take a 10-minute break.
Second.
I don't want to be accused of backroom deals, so if you guys would stay out in the front while you work on. I'm not gonna- Chris, welcome back. Yes. Appropriations, okay.
Exactly. Oh,
I have a small time at 10:30 period. All right, so let the, Mrs. Hoffman? Mrs. Hoffman?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, just wanted to make sure that you were. And have you received a copy of the proposed? You did?
I have. I'm reading it for the second time.
Okay, thank you. Where did you have it?
Professor Will.
Maybe I can quickly add to this that we're going to revisit this every year, especially if we're not making the goal. So that way you still get to see this again. So taking a decision tonight does not mean it's the last time. So we're going to revisit this again, especially if we're not meeting the thresholds. We're going to revisit this every year in that 5 to 7 year time.
So for people watching, what has been suggested is that under the whereas, point number 2 says review reports to measure annual progress over the next 5 to 7 years, the estimated time period to achieve the goal. So the addition is 7 years. Number 3 says utilize a variety of financial strategies to improve the city's general fund debt services fund balance performance by approximately 900,000 to approximately 2.7 million annually, including assignment of additional dedicated revenues, permanent reductions in operating expenditures, and if necessary, adjustments to the general fund property tax rate. And then if you look down at number 4, there is a strike through where it says appropriations for any other purpose may only be made by unanimous vote, which means it would still be a supermajority. So those are the changes that I think you've highlighted. And then, of course, under item number 5, it strikes through what the original resolution was in our packet. Is that correct?
Let me ask a question. Let's say we approve this. If there has to be a general fund property tax rate change, will there be another vote for that particular thing? I need to know that. Yes?
Yes, it will be probably as part of the budget.
Mr. Lawyer? All right.
Yes, it would be necessitated as part of the budget.
All right, thank you.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
quick question. And I see we went from for 5 to 7 years, not 5 to 10 years, as you had indicated earlier. What was the thought process behind not going up to 10 years?
Well, the thought process is we wanted to get more than 5 votes. But in all seriousness, though, I thought that Council Member Thumb's compromise was better in terms of we had clearly that you didn't want this to take too long, while at the same time you wanted to have some flexibility. 5 years wasn't going to do it for some of you. 10 years was going to be too long for some of you. So we felt that that was a sweet compromise to go with.
And so just a follow-up question. So if we get into it, and I noticed that after we say 5 to 7 years, the estimated time period. So if we get into the details and we find out that based on the options given that 5 to 7 is too tight, do we still have the ability to extend?
We can.
So let's say we come back to you next year and say we're not even able to make our commitment, we will have to revisit that time period at that time.
Now, will the LGC allow us to do that after? I mean, I know they will probably allow you to shorten, obviously, but will they allow you to expand if you realize you cannot?
Again, I don't know. I think that's a conversation to have with them, but I will not see a reason they will not allow us to, because they also want us to continue to maintain, as long as we can maintain the 25% minimum threshold and we're in a good fiscal state, I think we will be fine with the LGC.
I'd like to move this item.
Second.
Okay, so it was moved by Mrs. Thurm, and I believe it was seconded by Ms. Buzawater. Any other comments or questions?
Yeah, I'll be very brief. I mean, I think people probably get a sense of where I am on this particular issue. This is a good revision. It reflects what's clearly the will of the majority of the council. Regrettably, I can't support it. At its core, it puts on the table a property tax increase in a situation in which I think that that's unnecessary. And for me, increasing property taxes is a tool, but it's a tool to be used as a last resort for situations in which that's really essential and necessary. And this is not one of them, given all of the funds that the city has in lots of different budgets to close this gap. But I understand this is the will of the majority.
You
but
could vote
obviously-
against it. That's why I asked the question to
Right.
begin with. If that were the case, would that be a separate vote we would have? And they said, yes, everybody did.
Yeah, but I want to be very clear that for a situation in which
None
we
of
can,
us want property tax increase.
but
No,
This-
you don't want a property tax.
I don't, and this puts on the table, and it's an expression of council members' intent and their plans that if necessary for this particular expense to get to the 25%, one of the possibilities, if necessary, would be to increase the property tax rate. For me on this, we can do this, get to the 25% without increasing property taxes. And so for me, that's not an acceptable option for something that we can do without increasing property taxes. And so that's why I can't support having that in the plan. That's why I had said before we went to break and made a motion, if you exclude increasing property taxes as an option, if, for example, we struck the language starting at and went to rate, I could support that. I can't support it with the inclusion of increasing the property tax rate.
Question for the city attorney.
Yes.
Mr. City Attorney. If we exclude property tax rate, then aren't we committing a future council to something or preventing them from doing something? And my understanding is we can't commit them. And if we say we can't, and we have a new council next year, then we've made a commitment
Don't mean a thing.
for them. Is that correct?
As I read this, no, it's a resolution, it's a plan. I think every year you're gonna have to approve a budget. That's a separate and independent decision. I think with respect to LGC, they're gonna wanna see, as a result of your budget, how compliant you have been to this. And so if you end up doing something that's not exactly here, there'll probably be some explaining to do, but if it can be justified, then maybe fine, as long as you're making progress towards the goal, it's probably fine.
So I believe that the LGC would require us to acknowledge that a property tax adjustment could be possible. When we go out for bonds and we bring it before the LGC, we have to say that you have to pledge property tax just as a last resort. And I think that there is really no way to exclude one and for it to be acceptable by the LGC, because we're not saying we can take it here, 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 and here, and we'll never do that. I remember having this conversation with the Performing Arts Center. While we had a good plan to do parking revenue, the facility fee, and the CVB, we were not able to completely take the property tax increase when we went to get bonds to start the construction before we had the cash flow. So I think that the LGC would require us to acknowledge that as a last resort, that is a possibility.
So I have a
Yes.
question too. So I'm just wondering, what you just said probably, but let me ask this. So in paragraph number 6, because I still have a little heartburn about the tax increase. So what if you were to say, furthering natural fund balance growth over the long term with increased sale and property tax if necessary?
Councilmember Hightower, that reference in number 6 is not a rate change. It's just the potential for just growth in those two revenue sources. Those sources that could be part of how we get to our improved numbers. And so that reference there is just on the revenues themselves. That's not tied to any type of rate increase.
So where's the tax increase then? Because then I don't, beyond that.
Number 3.
Number 3, the you highlighted one. So can we stick that in there? Can't we, oh, there it is, okay,
Well, the question I asked Sharon was,
right.
if it came to that, if that were the last resort, would we have a vote whether to
Right.
do it or not? And the answer is yes.
So well, I guess we wouldn't want to put that in this resolution, right?
No, it's just.
Well, it's required.
You know, right, like tax. Okay.
Well, Mr.
Wait, hold on,
Outling
Mary
still-
Kay, let me finish, Mary Kay. Mary Kay, let me finish, hon. Thank you, honey. I gotta make a vote and I gotta make it. Well, I gotta be clear. I gotta be clear. I gotta be clear. No, darling, that's fine. I just want to be clear because I still have a little heartburn about the tax increase.
But you could have a vote on it if it came to that.
Right, and I'm just wondering where could we document that at somewhere, because I think.
You document it in these minutes right here.
Because I think that's something that,
Write this
I
date
understand the
down.
concern
Write this date
about.
down on your arm, so you have.
Yeah, but I understand the concern about future councils, no question. I get that part of it, but I also want to make sure that we're clear to the citizen that this is like a last effort, that's a last choice.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? And that council would come back, be able to revisit. So maybe some terminology about revisit the whole plan somewhere, that council would be able to revisit the plan each year. Is that somewhere listed here? Could we do that, Mr. City Manager?
Madam Mayor, will you add that language to the resolution?
Well,
that's in front of you?
Because we have a motion and a second, Tammy and Mary Kay. So it would have to be a friendly amendment, and I don't want to water it down too much.
But I
I'm gonna second that because I
Yeah.
think it's important when people read it to know
Yeah.
what our intentions are and what we will or will not do.
So
And that's
I
why
don't
I
think
asked the question.
Yeah, I don't think it's worn it down, and I really would like to attach it as an
Tammy,
amendment.
would you accept a
I would
friendly
like to do
amendment that says what? That
I'm
says,
sorry, Sharon, can you read that again? I just want to understand what you want to add.
That the plan presented to the LGC would be revisited each year annually before
That's-
any
I don't,
tax
that's not,
increase.
that's
I
not a
would say
problem.
maybe
Yeah.
revisit.
So we can revisit that as part of the budget.
Can you,
Uh,
say that again?
We can revisit this as part of the budget presentation to
Right,
council.
it's part of what we say here.
Councilmember Hatta, as you structured it, I think your language is just fine. City Attorney, do you agree?
I think it is.
So the single sentence that this plan will be reviewed on an annual basis.
Annual basis.
That's
so
fine.
Mrs. Thurm, do you accept that friendly amendment?
If the city attorney says it's appropriate, then I accept it.
Okay. And Mr. Outling has a comment, then Mrs. Hoffman, and then if we vote.
Sure, I want to make sure that I'm clear on it. My understanding was the plan to the LGC does not need to include a provision where we contemplate, even if necessary, an increase in taxes. Is that right?
It needs to include some level of specificity, and we believe the reference to the potential meets that goal of
Sure.
specificity.
But if it was council's intent not to increase taxes at all, it could remove the language and it would still meet the requirements of the plan.
I don't think so. Otherwise, you would need some specific reduction, or you'd have to identify another revenue that you would be willing to commit to say, we agree that sales tax, ABC revenues, cuts in Department X these will be the ways that we will, you're not saying specifically how you're going to cut that department.
Okay.
But you would have had to have given some level of specificity.
In which case, so that I can be clear with my position and the public understands it, the specificity that I would include would be to take money from the American Rescue Plan and take it from other places in the operating.
Correct.
budget.
And that would have met the need for specificity.
Great, thank you. And eliminate the provision where it contemplates a possible increase in taxes. Thank you.
Mrs. Hoffman?
Ms.
No,
Hoffman, you get there?
I'm fine. I'm fine. I just needed to hear Sharon's addition to the resolution.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion by Mrs. Thurm. It's seconded by Mary Kay. It includes the friendly amendment from Mrs. Hightower. Council, please vote. Mrs. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Holston,
Yes.
Dr. Wells,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
I am a yes. Mrs. Abuzawader,
Yes.
Mr. Outling,
No.
Mrs. Thurm,
Yes.
and Mrs. Hightower.
Yes.
And that passes 8-1. We now move on to our next item, which is I.4, ordinance establishing the budget in the amount of $4,309,412 for the federal fiscal year 2020 and 2021 FTA Congestion Mitigation Air Quality Grant. Moved by Mr. Holston, seconded by Mrs. Hightower. Council, please vote. Mrs. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Holston,
Yes.
Dr. Wells.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem. I am a yes. Mrs. Abuzawader.
Yes.
Mr. Outling.
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm.
Yes.
And Mrs. Hightower. And that passes 9-0.
Yes, sorry.
Item I.5, resolution authorizing the purchase of buses from New Flyer of America in
Move
the
that.
amount of utilizing the Peterson Authority for Regional Transportation
Move the
Bus
item.
Grant. That was moved by Mrs. Hightower, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. Council, please vote.
I just love these new buses, they're energy efficient.
Mrs. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Holston,
Yes.
Dr. Wells,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
I'm a yes. Ms. Abuzawader, Mr. Outling,
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm,
Yes.
and Mrs. Hightower.
Yes.
Who's the way to jumping on the cloud?
And that passes 9-0. Item number I.6 is a resolution to authorize commitments of $2,471,542 to Affordable Housing Management, Inc. and $2,520,000 to Trinity Housing Development LLC for multifamily affordable housing development projects.
Move the item,
Madam Mayor, I respectfully
we
ask. to be
moved it as
recused.
a whole
Hold on,
council.
y'all.
Stop. Mr. Outling?
I respectfully ask to be recused from items I.6 and I.7. One or more of my law partners at the Brooks Pierce Law Firm represents Affordable Housing Management, Inc. in ongoing matters.
Is there a motion?
Second. Motion.
Motion from Mr. Holston, second by Dr. Wells. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And now we have the motion for I.6.
I move the motion.
Moved by Dr. Wells, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. Council, please vote.
Madam Mayor, when we finish this vote up, would like to make a statement about affordable housing.
Okay, and we've got one other item with
About
affordable housing too.
I'll wait till after that.
Okay, so Mrs. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Holston,
Yes.
Dr. Wells.
Yes.
Mayor Pro
Yes.
Tem, I am a yes. Ms. Abuzawader.
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm,
Yes.
and Mrs. Hightower.
Yes.
And that passes 8-0. The next item is item I.7, a resolution authorizing a commitment of $2,079,823 of American Rescue Plan funds to affordable housing management for Southwoods Apartments rehabilitation.
Move the item.
Moved by Mrs. Hightower, seconded by Ms. Abuzawader. Mrs. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Holston?
Yes.
Dr. Wells?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem? I am a yes. Ms. Abuzawader?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
And Mrs. Hightower?
Yes.
And that passes 8-0. Mayor Pro Tem, you had a comment?
Yes, I get, and I know many of the other council members get calls from people, and they're increasing, saying my rent's going up. I've got to move by June. I don't have anywhere to go. I'm looking because housing is short. I would like to suggest that we do a focused group meeting on some ways that we can immediately provide some resolution or some answer to these people. And I'd like to see Michelle Kennedy in our housing department, our manager and our lawyer. And I'd like to see some of the people who are calling us involved in this too. I don't want it to be where we make decisions for people and they're not there to say what it is they think they want. But we need a short-term solution. These two things we voted on are fantastic. We needed to do it. But we've got to have if we don't want our homeless rate to start soaring, we need a short-term solution. And one of the things, I can talk about that if we're doing it, but I would like to ask council if they would support this. And we could have it in the next 3 or 4 weeks. Because this is really an emerging problem, and it's an emerging problem in a lot of major cities. And I would like to see us be out front and have some solutions before it gets really terrible.
Can I serve on that board?
Sharon, Tammy, me.
No, I just asked Mayor Pro Tem, can I serve on that task force?
Oh, yeah.
Really, I think any council can. I think if all council wants to, but I would like to see our housing department, a number of the people who are experiencing this, and of course, whoever the manager wants from the staff and our attorney on this. Yeah, I would think it would be open to any council member.
I spoke with the city attorney about a week ago. And perhaps this is part of the same discussion. Perhaps it's just an add-on separate discussion. But I have requested information on what the state would allow us to do to create some sort of rebate program or incentive program for both existing apartment complexes and future apartment complexes that are typically full rate complexes, if they will reserve units for affordable housing, and what are our options to incentivize that? Because that's something that I think we've got apartments in our city now that could be, if we had such a program, owners of those apartments might be open to committing some units to affordable housing. And I think that's something that we've got to look at, because that's a quick, impactful way to impact those number of units.
I
So
agree.
I would welcome that feedback, Mr. City Attorney, when you all finish researching that, and hopefully have that as part of the same discussion.
It
so
should
that
be. It
Perhaps we
certainly
can
should
have
be.
a quick, not a quick fix. It's not a quick fix, but a quick boost.
Well, but we need a boost, we need a quick fix, and we need a long-term plan. And we have a long-term plan, and we probably can get the boost, but we need a quick fix because people are going to be in the street in June.
I was on a housing roundtable today that the Community Foundation put together, and Marcus Thomas was on the call, Philip from HRNA, Kevin Price, who built affordable housing. And so I think it's important to include them as well,
Oh,
as they're
that's
looking
fine.
at a housing preservation fund
that's
and
good.
other options that are available to us. We also are going to be having the, working group for the bond. There are a number of people who have expressed interest in helping us promote the affordable housing bond. So I think it's important that they are included as well, so that they know these discussions and that they are familiar with the 10-year housing plan. So, yeah, I think that's a great idea.
I agree.
So, Madam Mayor, if I may then, because I was actually going to bring it up in my comments, but since we're talking about housing, I've asked for a plan. We're demolishing those houses and we still don't have a plan of replenishing those houses. That speaks to what you're talking about as well, because we're putting pockets. Yes, those houses in back, some of them, because 1004 Willow Road, only thing it is boarded up and we cut the grass, but the house is brick. So it's not really, you look at it and the house is fine, but it's on the demo list. So these are properties we really need to look hard at trying to get back out in the community. We got to work with our tax department because they got taxes due on them. Talk to Chris. How many? When? Chris, you and I started this conversation, what, over a year ago? Land trust, land banking. Get this done. And it's like everything moves slow. Government shouldn't have to move this slow. We're talking about people's lives. So this needs to be a holistic conversation. What is the plan around that? And I asked for that and voted for that demolition. I didn't want to because I really don't want us just knocking houses down without some plan of replacement. Those that are unsafe and unhealthy, but we've got to look at this in a whole different light.
Sure.
And I mean, this.
Well, do I need to
And
make a
District
motion?
1 and District 2, as you heard, he's right. When I look at that list, it is just our two districts. Probably because we've been reporting them for quite a while, but they've been just sitting there, just there. And my neighborhoods and my community, we deserve better. We deserve some investment in these communities. So,
Mr. Jo, but do you need a motion and a vote, or do you have our direction?
I understand.
Mayor Pro Tem's
Look,
direction.
I just
know-
want to know if the council supports that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And Mr. Levy, we'd love to have you as part of these discussions too. You do great work within our community, and thank you for these
Absolutely.
last two items. So
We need the affordable housing providers. We need all of we need everybody that's relevant. And the manager can come up with a list, but I don't want to see our homeless rate go up. I don't want to see people in the street who were paying $7.75 and now they're challenged with $12.75 out there in the street, when we may be able to come up with some short-term solutions.
sure. So thank you for that. And Mr. City Manager, if you could get back to us with some possible dates, that way council can make sure that we can all be present and we can reach out to the other entities mentioned. Thank you. So our last item, R8, is a resolution authorizing a commitment of funds in the appropriate amount of 1.6 million for eligible employee bonuses.
second.
So that has been moved by Mary Kay, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. Council, please vote. Mrs. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Holston?
Yes.
Dr. Wells?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
I am a yes. Ms. Abuzawader?
Yes.
Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
And Mrs. Hightower. And that passes 9-0. I do want to point out that we've spent close to $4 million in ARP funds just in the last two items alone, the bonuses and this affordable housing. So as we're talking about using ARP funds, we need to keep in mind that we are using them and that we're using them to the best advantage. And if that is more ARP for affordable housing, then I think we need to be prepared to do that. So boards and commissions, I am going to start off. I believe it's my appointment, but I'll throw it out for a vote regardless, to appoint David Parrish to our water authority to replace Frankie Jones.
Second.
I have a second on that. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And we'll reach out to Mr. Parrish. I think he will be an absolutely great board member. So thank you for that. Mrs. Hoffman, boards and commissions?
I have none, thank you.
Mr. Holston?
I have none tonight, thank you.
Dr. Wells?
None
Mayor
tonight.
Pro Tem? Mary Kay? Justin?
None, thank you.
Tammy? Sharon?
None
No,
tonight.
okay. Council comments, Sharon?
Okay, well, I got the housing one out the way, so I can check that one off. On Saturday, this past Saturday, Woodley neighborhood did their Love Your Block. And it was very good. I will tell you that they had a lot of hazardous waste. One gentleman drove up with a trailer full of tires. I know he had over 25. So it is actually something that's really working well for the neighborhoods to get the way to clean up in their community. And so we've got some other schedule in some various other neighborhoods. They're working together conjunctively, being able to get hazardous waste and yard waste and all, and field ops is just doing a fabulous job. I absolutely appreciate them, and I'm glad they got these employee bonuses tonight because they worked through COVID, and so they certainly deserve that and more because they do a dirty job, but they do it quite honestly with a smile, and I appreciate that very, very much. The partnership is great with the Love Your Block. And also on Saturday in Hester Park, the women in the NAACP did a pinning of corsages to honor mothers who had experienced gun violence. And it was very well attended, very well turned out. They sent some purple corsages for some of the other. So if any one of you know a mother who has experienced gun violence, have a purple corsage for them. That's something they wanted to do to honor. And they did a balloon release in Hester Park. Very beautiful, very nice. Sad occasion, sad reason, but it was a very nice event. And then I want to wish my neighbor, Miss Margaret Wingfield, happy 90th birthday. She celebrated it on Saturday and she's still driving, getting around, doing, so, you know, there is life still going on at 90, young life. And so I wanted to wish her a very happy birthday. And I have completed my 6-year term on the North Carolina League of Municipalities. It has been a very interesting experience, to say the least. I did learn quite a lot. Some things I didn't like, some things were okay, I did like, but it was quite an experience in government. NC League is like a large lobbyist, and so we tackled a lot of different various issues, particularly one, as the mayor said tonight, ARP. We advocated to make sure that local municipalities got ARP money. So that was a good purpose, and so I enjoyed that. Now I'm being replaced by Mayor Pro Tem Yvonne Johnson. So she'll absolutely do a lovely job. And then I am the president of North Carolina Black Elected Municipal Officials. And so going into a new term, we will be we are an advocacy and education group for new and young Black elected officials. So all of you that are on this board, please join the Black elected officials. Please join. And we will be having our summer conference. And we will be talking around issues of Black elected leadership and ARP money and fiscal responsibility. Obviously, MWBE we will talk about, but we talk about those issues, pressing issues for the future. So thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Thurm?
I actually have a whole laundry list today,
Okay.
and I apologize in advance for that, but I'm taking a lesson from Hugh from last time. But first and foremost, I had the wonderful opportunity in the past couple of weeks of spending a day with our solid waste department, and I wanted to give a shout out to Mr. Henry Warren, who taught me how to pick up trash cans and dump them and put them back down so that they were still standing up. I haven't mastered putting them down so that the lid closes too. I didn't get that part. And I also spent a day with our water and sewer folks in the field, cleaning out lift stations and construction work. And it was just an experience that I would encourage everybody on council to do. It was fascinating. It was a great time to speak directly with our staff. But I think it's so important that we understand what they're doing and see the city through their eyes, and see what they experience on a day-to-day basis, so that we're better educated. And it was just an incredible experience, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. So I want to thank everybody that assisted me with making that happen. In addition, just yesterday, Dr. Wells and Mayor Pro Tem Johnson and the mayor and Mary Kay and I attended a leadership luncheon at Rankin Elementary School with their student government. And we had lunch with about 25 kids and had a question and answer session with them. And they were just the cutest. And the future council and mayors of Greensboro could have well been sitting in that room based on the questions they asked. And that was just a great experience, and it was a lot of fun. Going down the list, I also want to thank the folks at Youth Focus. They had their annual fundraiser just recently. It's a wonderful organization. I would encourage folks to look at Youth Focus and the program. They do such incredible work with some of our high-risk youth and things that just incredible work, very, very touching. Also had the opportunity to attend the Fair Housing monthly luncheon that our Human Rights Department puts on, and that was a wonderful panel discussion. And I'll sum up with saying early voting has started, and please, the primary is on May 17th. The actual election is July 26th. And I know as I'm speaking to people, I'm finding that most people know about the primary May 17th, and then they assume that the election is in November. Right. So we need to make sure that we really publicize and get the word out that the actual, final election is in July. And we'll have to all push that message very hard. But to all the citizens out there that are watching, please vote. Early voting is open now. We've got voting hours this weekend at early voting sites. I think that's the only weekend of early voting. But the polls are open Monday through Friday, both weeks. So I would encourage people to get out and vote and, make your voice heard. And that's it.
Mrs. Thurm, Tammy brings up a good point. We rescheduled our meeting for the 17th because it's the primary. What day did the 24th? Well, so we actually may have a problem with the 24th because that's the intercity visit. I don't know who's planning on going to the intercity visit. I know you are. I was, Mary Kay. So 3 of us would be at and Mayor Pro Tem. So is it possible to do that on the 23rd? Does that screw up rezonings or notice? Could we do it on a Monday? Does that work?
We have in the past changed.
I got
Madam
my
Mayor, I would
GH.
have to check with the Zoning and Planning Commission, but I believe that they're continuing with their meeting on the 16th. But I'm not
Well,
firm on that.
I'm talking about, what do you call it, appeals, things that are heard by the city council. Have they been advertised and noticed for the 24th?
Yeah, because during zoning meeting last month, they made that announcement.
So that is, so the 24th, it being the intercity visit, Mayor Pro Tem, maybe I may, Mary Kay and Tammy. Chuck, what are you saying?
I think it's time to renotice it. I don't think they would have a problem.
I'm sorry, what did you say
I
about?
don't
no?
think there would be a problem.
You don't think it would be a problem changing it to Monday?
Not because of the zoning, not because of the issues you're discussing.
But what about everybody else's schedule for that Monday, the 23rd?
That's fine with me.
But now, would you have to notify all those people that were at zoning to come to the meeting on that Monday? Because it was announced to them during zoning commission meeting.
Well, that's what the city attorney and the city clerk are talking about.
So for people who may have planned to get off work or may have planned their schedule around that.
Spreading the news.
What is the yes? Yes, it's okay?
Yeah, I think it's fine. It's time
Okay.
to renotice. This is the third.
So so we could either do the 23rd, which is the Monday before, or we could push it out to the last Tuesday of the month, which is the 31st. I don't know if, okay, so I'll make the motion that we change the date of the council meeting to the 23rd. I have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition?
No,
Okay, so that
yeah, me,
passes.
because that's my GHDP meeting day, 4:00. I'll work it out.
But that's in the afternoon.
It's 4:00.
You can get a lot done in an hour. Yeah. So Mrs. Thurm, were you through with your comments? Okay. Mr. Outling?
Yeah, obviously, like others, lots of terrific events the past couple of weeks. I feel like I have talked my fair share this evening, so I'll ask people to just look online if they're interested in seeing those events, which I attended over the course of the past several weeks, and hope everyone else has a nice remainder of their evening.
And we would like to wish you a happy birthday. I understand that you are spending your birthday here with the city council, and we appreciate that. I'll spare you the singing, but you have our best wishes. Thank you. Ms. Abuzwaiter?
Yes, I'll try to be quick. Several of us, I know the mayor, Mrs. Thurm, I'm not sure if anybody else went to the Blue Salute fundraiser for the Police Foundation. That was very well organized, and we got to see a lot of the equipment, and I know that others may have been there who were in the room. And yes, Mrs. Thurm spoke mainly about the Rankin Elementary students, the student council that we met. And I just wanted to add on to what she said, that these kids are something else. Their questions were spot on, and they had done their homework, and these are going to be our future leaders, and they really stepped up to the plate. So I commend Crystal Black, who was their teacher, who led them through all this, organized. They fed us lunch. The kids were just had everything ready to go. So it was really wonderful and amazing. Wanted to give a shout out to everyone in the Muslim community who celebrated Eid on Monday, the last day of Ramadan. And I was actually able to go by a community event. The Sudanese community had an event at Triad Park. And one of the things that really struck me is it was all about the children, and a community that leaves its legacy by investing in their children. Just really is something that is heartwarming to see. And I know a lot of communities do that, but it was very evident that they believe so much in their children, that their children are going to be the future of this community. I was unable to attend the Fair Housing Luncheon, but I did watch the panel on the city's YouTube channel. So I wanted to agree also that that was very well worth it and a great panel that day. So that's all I have, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. Mayor Pro Tem?
Well, a lot has been said about ranking, and I agree with everything. Kudos to Crystal Black. But one of the things, the children were so nice and mannerable, and they listened and they didn't interrupt. And I just think they were great. And I think we got some future leaders all over Greensboro, but I know they have some in that group. I went to the memorial service for Katie Dorsett. Her daughter had orchestrated this because she couldn't do it during COVID. And several of us, Dr. Wells, Alma Adams, and Earl Jones, who used to be on council, all of us spoke. And we talked about naming this chamber after her, which so many people were grateful for. I spent a week in Wilmington with the North Carolina League of Municipalities, as Sharon mentioned, and got sworn in, and was with our clerk, Miss Angie Lloyd. We took some pictures, and I learned some things. And I think one of the things I'm excited about is the emergent issues that many cities have, how we can put our heads together and sometimes even lobby the legislature. So I'm very excited about serving. I thank you, Tammy, for giving up your first bid and letting me do this. I appreciate it. And Madam Mayor, thank you for appointing me.
Well, I want to thank you for serving because it is a big job. Mrs. Hightower has done it for 6 years and she has served the city well. So I'm glad that our voice will continue to be heard. So thank you.
You're welcome. The last thing is, I went to the Shalonda Poole celebration of her life. Several years of it's been quite a few years ago. Shalonda Poole was a little girl who was murdered over behind Jones School. And our police department did a fantastic job. They caught who did it, but they named a park for her, and her mom and dad were there, and they were so grateful. So many of us came out, children, our police department, our fire department, our parks and recreation. They were all right there, and great, had all kind of goodies for the kids to play in. But every year that I go, because I was mayor when I designated that date in her honor. And so next year, if you hear about it, Hugh was there. I don't think you came, Goldie. You was gone with the wind, but I don't know. No, I don't know where you were. But he came out, and were you there? You sure were, because you had me up that step. And Sharon was there. So it's a great remembrance of a beautiful young woman. And it says to her parents and other people that we care about people and we remember them and we honor them for their life. That's all I have.
Thank you. Dr. Wells?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And two of the events that I attend, three of them, I guess, that I attended have been spoken of, but I had the pleasure of going to the naming of Spate Hall, Residence Hall over at A&T. So I want to congratulate Dr. Velma Spate for all she's done for A&T, and the building is named in her honor. It was really an affair. People were there from her class, from there to Cherokee, but they were from New York and all over. So we congratulate her for that, and attended the Katie Dorsett Memorial, and I found out that she was the one who started being concerned about the boards and commissions and the memberships on the boards and commissions. And so she made a great contribution, and she was the first one that started this MWBE. So we can give her credit for being the one who started that discussion. I went to be with the You Can Vote And that's a group that goes around and explains to high school students how to vote. It was very impressive. They took those children, explained the importance of voting, and then they helped them to fill out their registration line by line. So I went to the middle college at A&T and the middle college at Bennett with You Can Vote as a volunteer from the League of Women Voters. So the what's the other thing? Oh, the lunch and learn yesterday was very enlightening. The thing they wanted to know, what kind of jobs have you all had? What kind of jobs do you have? And they wanted to know what we had done before we became council members. They asked I was really intrigued by the one who wanted to know what were we doing about greenhouse gases and what are we doing to save the planet? So they're really thinking ahead. Since this week is Clerks Week, I want to thank our clerks for all that they do for us. They do a great job and we appreciate you. That's all, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Holston?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do have a little list here. Again, first of all, there are about 3 events that are mentioned. The first one is Mayor Pro Tem Johnson mentioned was the Shalom Pool Memorial event. And it was just interesting that this was the 30-year anniversary of that occurrence. And I recall that vividly because my wife and I were living here in town, and our son was yet to be born. My wife was pregnant, and I recall the feeling of concern that we had that maybe something could happen to our child. And so that's been 30 years, and it was great to be there with the family.
Microphone.
I'm sorry. Thank you. It was great to be there with the Poole family and with the community and with the other fellow council members in recognition of making sure that when they're missing persons, we are all just one phone call or one communication, one text from learning that one of our own family members is missing. So please support the missing persons effort. Next was Councilwoman Hightower mentioned the balloon release sponsored by the NAACP and the WIN committee. And that was also a very, very touching event with the effects of mothers, with the effects of gun violence and violence in the community. And we need to do more about that also. I think Councilwoman Thurm mentioned the fair housing luncheon, which was really good because it was a working luncheon. We had lunch and then we also worked with the tables and came up with some solutions. And I was at Second Chance table with Victor Vincent and his team. And we had a really robust conversation and actually came up with some action plans. And we're actually planning to get together sometime next week to further the conversation. So that was really good. And speaking of Second Chance, they also had the Alban Connection, and Sheena Beasley sponsored the event at the Glenwood Recreation Center and brought in small businesses and families and entertainment, all for the purposes of supporting Second Chance. And there are a lot of opportunities there, and I am really excited about being a part of the solutions. Next is Councilwoman Hightower was the impetus behind the property tax valuation conversation at the R.K. Brown Center with bringing in Tax Director Ben Chavis, and then myself and Councilwoman Hightower and Commissioner Frankie Jones were presenters, but also present was Mayor Vaughn and Councilwoman Thurm and also Skip Austin. And the community had a lot of questions about the valuations and the property taxes and the analysis of where this is coming from and where it's going. Very good questions, and they'll get some answers from the tax director. But it was just good to have the Southeast Greensboro Coalition pull that together for the purposes of the community. And hopefully everybody else in the city will also benefit from that. I will say that last but not least, the Greensboro Food Truck Festival. I'm not sure if you all made it to the Food Truck Festival. I did. I was there I was there too long. But I've never really seen crowds that large in downtown Greensboro just to line up to get food. And the lines were 15, 20, 30 people long all evening long. They had to tell people to leave at 9 o'clock, but they were still serving. It was fantastic. You had the GPD was there, you had the ambassadors there, you had the organizers were there, and obviously the residents of Greensboro. And also, I talked to so many people who were from out of town who were just there because of the event. So again, downtown Greensboro's back in business and really excited for that. And Madam, oh, and one more thing. We talked about housing earlier and affordable housing and the like. And I think it's great that council is going to, and Mayor Pro Tem Johnson, getting council involved. I'm really excited about getting those community partners, those who are the subject matter experts, those who touch the housing, the homeless, and looking forward to the solutions that they can come up with, and then we can put it into action with policy and ordinances if we like. But really excited about that. It is definitely needed. Housing is a crisis now, and it's in a certain category now, but there's no guarantee that it's not going to spread. So we have to do something and be intentional about it as quickly as we possibly can. Thank you.
The people who it's affected.
Yes.
Absolutely,
Mhm.
absolutely.
Mrs. Hoffman?
Yes, the Local Government Commission met today, this afternoon, and I have to tell you that State Treasurer Folwell is always very good about paying tribute almost at each of our meetings to some person, someone in the state. And today it was Carolyn Coleman, and I was very, very pleased. And so at the end of our meeting, he asked, since of course I'm from Greensboro and Guilford County, if I would like to comment. And Sharon, I hope that I paid proper tribute and honor to Carolyn and the life of service that she rendered both to us locally and at the state level. And the Secretary of Revenue, Secretary Penny, is also on the LGC, and he had worked with Carolyn when she was actually was appointed by and worked with Governor Hunt. So he had some very lovely things to say about her too. So so at any rate, I just wanted to let you in particular know about that. The other thing that I'll mention is the Greensboro Bound Literary Festival, which begins on Thursday, May 19th, I believe. And it's a wonderful lineup of authors, writers in all categories. And Nicole Hannah-Jones is the speaker on Saturday night. You know, the literary festival is free. There's no charge, just like our folk festival. But the event with Nicole Hannah-Jones at A&T is just fully subscribed at this point. So that continues to be a really very, very important cultural literary event for our city. So I hope that people will look up the app, look at the website, and schedule the things that interest them for those 3 days.
Thank you. Mr. Holston?
Just have one more thing. And many of the council members were present, but this past Friday, North Carolina A&T sponsored the Strolls to the Polls. And, you know, it's not about campaigning. It was really about the students on campus wanting and seeing the passion, the energy to vote. And they walked from the Dudley building all the way to the Guilford County Courthouse. And some of us walked with them. I will be very honest. I'm going to tell it myself here, but I didn't realize that once you leave A&T and you hit Murrow Boulevard, it's all uphill. It's all uphill. But that was 1.2 miles, and those students walked, and they enjoyed themselves walking those 1.2 miles. But it's even more enjoyable to see them excited and engaged about voting. Yes. And going to the polls. And that's and there are probably, I'm going to estimate somewhere between 350 to 500 students who were walking. So it was really incredible. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I'm going to forego comments this evening.
So, Madam Mayor, before you do, I have two things. the trip that you all were talking about going to South Carolina, how many days is it? Is it 2?
It's overnight, yeah.
Okay, so Fire Station 56 is having their grand opening on the 25th.
Yeah, I
at
asked
10:30, and that's the
Sharon,
second time that they've had to reschedule, so.
well,
we're
I've
gonna-
asked Sharon Bell to let them know that
Okay.
that's an intercity visit and that a good majority of us may be absent.
So I will not be going because this is much more important to
Okay.
me about what is happening in my district.
Okay.
So I wanted to make all of you aware of that.
Yes.
And also, Ms. Hoffman, thank you. I'm sure you did a fine job of talking about Ms. Coleman. And then finally, I left out one thing. Dudley football team are the state champions, and we will be doing a parade for them May 12th at 5:30. We will be leaving the back of Dudley High School, crossing over Tuscaloosa, going down and coming back up Pickett Street. And so from 5:30 to 6:30, we will be honoring the football team in a parade. So you all come out, join us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is that uphill all the way?
You won't have to walk it. You can
Yeah,
just
easy.
stand on the.
So I think I'll forego comments. A lot of things I've done have been already mentioned. There were many more. Mr. City Manager,
Thank you. Just want to.
choose your words wisely.
Very, yes. But I just wanted to thank you all for approving the bonus for the eligible employees. Really appreciate that. And I'm sure they do too. So on their behalf, I want to say thank you.
Well, and I know that you and Sue Schwartz actually presented at a conference recently, I believe. So thank you,
Yes, we did
and
that.
Sue for representing the city well.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. City Attorney?
No comment.
All right. Motion to adjourn?
Yes.
Moved by Mrs. Johnson, seconded by Mrs. Thurman. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Good night, Mrs. Hoffman.
Good night, everyone.